Okay, then I'm going to call the 15 seconds. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this all committees meeting on July 18th, 2022. I'd like to, at this time, state that due to the efforts to contain the spread of COVID-19 and to protect all individuals, the council chambers will not be open to the public to attend standing committee and council meetings until further notice. The public may submit comments for matters that are on the agenda to jshime@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 on the day of the meeting. Comments submitted will be considered as public information read into the public record. This meeting will be recorded and available on the township's website within 48 hours of the meeting unless otherwise noted. At this time, I'd like to invite everyone to stand if they're able, and we'll sing "O Canada." O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, a true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. I would like to, I don't have my usual notes with me. I'll read the land acknowledgement statement unless someone has been assigned it. Hearing none, the township of West Lincoln, being part of the Niagara region, is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations such as the Hattaway-Wendourong, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The township of West Lincoln, as part of the Niagara Regional Municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. I have Councillor Shelley Bradrick with the opening petition.
Thank you, Mayor. We gather together here today intent on doing good work. We seek to represent fairly and well those who have given us this task. May our efforts be blessed with insight, guided by understanding and wisdom. We seek to serve with respect for all. May our personal faith give us strength to act honestly and well in all matters before us.
Thank you, Councillor. And also thank you to the clerk who has alerted me to the fact that my notes are in the inbox, so I have them now. Are there any changes in order of items on the agenda? I see none. Madam Clerk, are there any pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? And again, Madam Clerk, I see or hear none. And so we move on to request to address items on the agenda as per section 6.7 of the procedural bylaw. Are there anyone on the Zoom meeting indicating that they would like to provide comments to this meeting, Madam, IT, I guess?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Paul Griffin has raised his hand.
Great. Okay. When you are able and ready, Mr. Griffin, we just ask that you would state your name for the record and your address, and then you may proceed.
Paul Griffin, 1719 Kaysher Center Road in Kaysher Center. Am I clear enough for everyone to hear?
Absolutely.
Excellent. I'd be speaking to report number PD 68 2022. I'd like to thank staff and council for the opportunity to speak tonight. I would also like to thank staff specifically for their time and efforts meeting with me over the last month in regards to this issue. A portion of the property at 6008 Spring Creek Road, referred to in your report as Concession 9, Part Lot 4, was zoned A1559 in 2015, which permitted a contractor's establishment. The specifics of this site-specific zone are noted in your report. When the township's new zoning bylaw was adopted in 2017, the regulation text was carried over, but unfortunately, a clerical error occurred and the mapping was not labeled. The bylaw clearly indicates the intended map, which shows the previously mentioned property, but the site-specific provision A111 was not labeled anywhere on this map. Your report addresses 2 points on this issue, one being the error in mapping, as I've mentioned. Unfortunately, rather than correcting the area, staff has proposed that the only way to fix this is to essentially zone the area from scratch. Rather than acknowledging that the parcel in question was meant to be zoned A111, we have been told that there is no map to prove that the site-specific provision refers to our land, even though the 2015 bylaw mapping shows otherwise. If the A111 wording does not refer to this parcel on Spring Creek land, I ask which piece of land it is referring to. I have been informed by staff that the A111 zoning is not recognized at this location and will not be acknowledged until the NPCA determines that there is sufficient access to the land. This is not a requirement specific to any site plan approvals that may be necessary for any future plans. Simply put, even if council were to pass staff's recommendations, the zoning would still not be accepted without further NPCA approval. We received NPCA approval for this zoning in 2015, as can be found in report PD 104-15. Staff has indicated that environmental mapping has changed since this report, and this report is no longer relevant. But map file number 1601-003-15, provided by the NPCA as part of the above stated report, clearly shows the parcel in question being landlocked except for access through NPCA regulated lands. I am here to request that council acknowledge the clerical error and reinstate the zoning as intended. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Griffin? That was very thorough, and I thank you for the detail that you gave to us. Thank you for your comments, and we will note that. We'll note that at the time that it comes up that you spoke to it. Are there any other members on the gallery or gallery? I guess I'm asking IT. Is there anyone else wishing to speak?
There are none, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, IT. And then I'm going to ask the clerk, were there any members of the public that had emailed comments prior to 4:30 p.m. today with respect to an item on the agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor, there was not.
Well, thank you very much. Then we're going to move on to appointments and presentations, and we have Megan Barrett and John Maskern of Aird Bearless to present the Code of Conduct Complaint Report File 2022-01. Councillor Tremetta, you have the resolution for this item, and then I guess we'll proceed. Go ahead, Councillor Tremetta.
Moved by myself, Mr. Mayor, that the report of the Integrity Commissioner dated July 12, 2022, related to the Code of Conduct Complaint 2022-01 filed under the Township's Code of Conduct, members of council and local boards of the Code of Conduct be received.
Thank you, and can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Riley, thank you. Then we'll proceed. Now that it's on the floor, we can proceed. Ms. Barrett, the floor is yours.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, it's John Maskern. I'd like to proceed first, if I could.
Okay, yeah, absolutely, and no problem at all. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, and thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's nice to see you again. Nice to see you, Council. I'm sorry I'm here for this item tonight. Mr. Mayor, if I could, just one piece of business before I start. Your procedural bylaw asks you to declare, asks you to ask the members of council if they have any pecuniary interest to disclose. And you did ask that question, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And no one declared a pecuniary interest, did they?
No, they didn't at the time, although I did note that Councillor Jonker had his hand up for a second and then it went down again, so I think there might be some confusion. Go ahead, sir. Yeah, Councillor Jonker.
Yeah, okay.
I did try to put my hand up there and you moved on, and so I did want to ask, I do need to declare a conflict of interest in this, right?
So I believe so, but we do actually have our integrity commissioner with us. It's a conflict of interest, but he does get to speak to it. Is that correct, according to our procedural bylaw?
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Jonker and to the rest of council, notification of tonight's presentation and the fact that this would be proceeding tonight was provided to Councillor Jonker on July the 13th, including specific instructions on his ability to speak on the matter this evening, participate in the discussion, make whatever representations he would like with respect to the recommendations, but he can't vote. And we also indicated that Section 5 sub 2.1 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act accepts clauses 5.1b and 5.1c, and that's the ones that say that you cannot participate or seek to influence. Councillor Jonker is able to do that. However, he must declare pecuniary interest if there is a financial interest in the matter this evening. As you know, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Jonker, there is a recommendation in our report that speaks to a suspension of remuneration of pay. So it's not for me to tell you what to do. It's for you to make your own personal judgment as to what you're going to do, Councillor Jonker.
Yeah, and that's why I did put up my hand to say I was going to declare a conflict of interest. But I did understand what you said correctly, that I do have a opportunity to make a statement and then not vote.
Okay.
And that's what I understood as well.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, just please note that for a second. And again, Mr. Maskern, you can proceed.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your indulgence on that. As you know, I'm John Maskern. I'm here with my colleague, Megan Barrett. We are the representatives of Airden Burles, who are the appointed Integrity Commissioner for the township. It is in that capacity in which we appear before you this evening to present our investigative report on a complaint that was filed against Councillor Harold Jonker under the Code of Conduct for council members of the Township of West Lincoln. We will provide a short presentation with respect to our investigative report, following which Councillor Jonker is entitled to make submissions on the recommendations in the report, should he so choose. Thereafter, we would be pleased to respond to any questions that any member of council may have with respect to the recommendation in the report, with respect to our process, the procedure that we followed, or other related matters. But as you know, council is the adjudicator with respect to the recommendations. And to be clear, it is not council's role to second guess, to question, to cross-examine us with respect to our investigation, our factual determinations, or the conclusions in the report. Tonight, council has a decision to make. The recommendations that we have set out are only that. Council is free to accept them in full, is free to reject them entirely, or is free to modify them. It is council's decision to make, but only with respect to the recommendations that are in the report, with respect to the penalties, and with respect to the remedial measures or corrective actions that we are recommending. So, with respect to the investigation, let me say that the investigation was conducted in accordance with our authority as the Integrity Commissioner under Part 5.1 of the Municipal Act, the Code of Conduct, and the process and the procedures that are set out in the complaint protocol that Council adopted, and as delegated under the Municipal Act. Ms. Barrett primarily carried out the investigation into the complaint. As the head of the accountability mandates at my firm, I was consulted during the investigation, and I peer reviewed the investigative report that you have before you this evening, and I had a hand in drafting it. In carrying out our investigation, we acted entirely in a completely neutral and impartial manner and in accordance with the requirements of the complaint protocol that Council adopted. I'm now going to turn it over to Ms. Barrett, who will speak more specifically to the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mascarin. Our investigative report relates to a formal complaint that was filed against Councillor Jonker relating to his participation in the Freedom Convoy rally in January and February of 2022, which I will refer to in this presentation as the demonstration, and it's also referred to as the demonstration in our report. The details of Councillor Jonker's participation in the demonstration are set out at page 4 of the report, and the report also sets out the provisions of the code that were alleged to have been contravened by Councillor Jonker in the complaint. And those sections are section 2.2, sections 4.1 C, D, F, G, sections 7.1 and 7.2 G, sections 10.1 and 10.2, and sections 11.1 and 11.2. And each of these sections are considered in turn in our report.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, as a preliminary matter, I will highlight that we did consider our jurisdiction to investigate this matter. As is well aware, council is well aware. The protests that took place in Ottawa in January, February of this year constituted an illegal and unlawful occupation. The protests caused a great disruption to the city and to its residents. Many persons who attended the protests and participated in the unlawful occupation of the city were detained and arrested, and many faced criminal and other charges. Section 223.8 of the Municipal Act requires that a code of conduct investigation be suspended pending the outcome of any police investigation as to any criminal or other charges. We did make appropriate inquiries with the applicable police forces and authorities, and were advised that police investigations with respect to Councillor Jonker's activities in the city of Ottawa during that period of time were not being pursued at that time. So therefore, when we made the inquiries, we were advised that no investigations were being conducted, no charges were pending. And so therefore, we did proceed with the investigation, determined that it would be appropriate to proceed with our inquiry, given that the complaint, in our view, was not frivolous or vexatious. It was made in good faith. It was not an abusive process, and that it appeared to us to raise questions that warranted our investigation. Megan?
Thank you. Very briefly, in terms of the structure of our report, the materials and the matters that we considered apart from the complaint itself is set out on page 2 of the report. And Mr. Mascarin, I'll turn it over to you to speak about the process a little bit.
So, members of council, with respect to the process, as I indicated, as an integrity commissioner, we act as a neutral and impartial investigator. We initially provided Councillor Jonker with a notice of the complaint a short time after we received them, outlining the allegations and the issues that were raised therein. The councillor, in accordance with his rights under the complaint protocol, was afforded an opportunity to respond in writing to the complaint, and he did so on May the 9th, 2022. We have taken his response into consideration in preparing our report, and you will see references to it throughout our report. In addition, we also, as a matter of procedural fairness, provided Councillor Jonker with a final draft copy of our report. This This is a standard procedure that most integrity commissioners follow. Some may provide preliminary findings. Most did what we did is provide a final draft of the report to the counselor for his comments on our findings and our conclusions. This provided him with an opportunity to make any submissions that he believed necessary to properly respond to the preliminary findings in our report. The counselor did not provide any comments on the findings nor on the contents of our draft report. So that there would be no misunderstanding, we also advised the counselor, as I indicated earlier, that he would be permitted to make submissions to council should he choose to do so. But his ability to do so this evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, is limited only to the recommendations as set out in the report. And there's a reason for that. The recommendations are the only matter that's before council this evening for any decision. The findings in the report are now conclusive and they're final. Council is entitled to make a decision on the recommendations. Council is not asked to make or to determine the findings or to draw its own conclusions from the evidence. The counselor is thus entitled to make submissions, but only as to the recommendations. And as I indicated, pursuant to Section 5, Sub 2.1 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, Councillor Jonker is entitled to make submissions. He's entitled to participate in the discussion this evening, but he is not entitled to vote on the matter. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Barrett, who will speak to you about the actual investigation and the report that's before you.
Thank you, Mr. Mascarin. So first, I'd like to say that our report speaks for itself, and we do not propose to go through the entire report in detail this evening. It is quite lengthy and detailed. As with any investigative report, it distills and synthesizes the facts and issues, assesses them against the framework of the code, makes findings, and draws conclusions. In summary, it's our conclusion that Councillor Jonker contravened two provisions of the code, subsection 4.1G and section 7.1. With respect to the determination that Councillor Jonker contravened subsection 4.1G of the code, which requires members of council to recognize that they are representatives of the township and owe a duty of loyalty to residents of the municipality at all times. Our investigation concluded that Councillor Jonker's participation in the demonstration, and in particular his role as a leader and as a spokesperson for the Freedom Convoy Group, following the emergency declarations by the City of Ottawa, the Province of Ontario, and then the federal government, was a contravention of this provision of the code. To be clear, our finding in this regard is not intended to derogate from the councillor's freedom of expression or right to demonstrate peacefully. The issue is that the councillor remained a vocal representative and leader of the Freedom Convoy Group after the demonstration had been deemed to be unlawful, while at the same time continuing in his role as a member of council. It is at that point that we concluded a clear conflict emerged and the councillor was no longer able to fulfill his duty of loyalty to the township. We also found that Councillor Jonker contravened section 7.1 of the code, which prohibits members of council from accepting gifts or benefits in the direct or indirect performance of their duties, except in certain specific circumstances. In his comments to the media, the councillor acknowledged that he received gifts of food and fuel during the course of the demonstration. Furthermore, the Freedom Convoy organization stated that the purpose of the initial funds that it raised through GoFundMe was to be used for fuel, food, and lodgings for its supporters. And when I refer to the initial funds, that is the $1 million that the Freedom Convoy raised and was released by GoFundMe. In his response to the complaint, the councillor wrote, and I quote, "As a representative, I choose to represent the residents who are being negatively affected by the lockdowns and mandates." End quote. He also wrote, and I quote, "Many residents have shown support and asked me to continue to speak for them. As leaders in communities, we are called to stand for everyone's rights, and that is what I have been doing, end quote. During the course of our investigation, we wrote to the counselor to provide him with an opportunity to voluntarily disclose any gifts or benefits that he received as a result of his participation in the demonstration. We explained to the counselor that based in part on the comments that he had provided in his response that I've just shared with you again this evening, his participation in the demonstration was indirectly tied to his role as a member of council, and he was therefore required to disclose any gifts or benefits received in accordance with Section 7.3 of the Code. We received no response from the counselor when he was offered this opportunity to clarify and to voluntarily disclose any gifts or benefits that he received. And in the absence of a response from the counselor, we drew an adverse inference, which we are entitled by law to do, that the counselor did in fact receive gifts and benefits in the form of fuel and food during his participation in the demonstration, which he himself claims was in the indirect exercise of his representative role as, or his representative duties as an elected member of council. In terms of the recommendations that are set out in our report, that is the key thing for us to discuss this evening. Our recommendations are contained at pages 13 and 14 of the report. And as we have stated, these are the only matters that are before council for consideration. Council is the decision-making body and is entrusted with enforcing its code of conduct. As I indicated, we have investigated the complaint and have produced a report that details our findings and conclusions and makes recommendations flowing from those findings and conclusions. We have done so in accordance with our authority, mandate, and jurisdiction, with an adherence to procedural fairness to all parties, including the counselor and the complainant who exercised their right to file a formal complaint. Under the Municipal Act, there are two possible penalties, a reprimand and a suspension of pay for up to 90 days. The Municipal Act does not include criteria for imposing penalties, so in determining our recommended penalties, we've considered the list of purposes for penalties that is typically relied on by professional and regulatory bodies, and that list is specific deterrence, general deterrence, rehabilitation, and maintenance of public confidence in the accountability framework. Given our finding that Councillor Jonker has contravened both sections 4.1G and 7.1 of the Code, we recommend that Council reprimand the Councillor for his breach of the Code in order to formally denounce his actions. We also recommend that Council impose a suspension of the Councillor's pay for a period of 30 days. We make these recommendations for the purpose of specific deterrence and to maintain public confidence for a penalty of greater significance than just a reprimand to be recommended. Now I will turn it over to Mr. Mascarin to speak about the remedial measures that are set out in the recommendation section of our report.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm going to speak very briefly to the remedial measures that are recommended. The law recognizes that in addition to penalties, which are set out in the Municipal Act under section 223.4 sub 5 and that are in your code itself, the law also recognizes that a council, as part of its good governance, is entitled to impose remedial measures or corrective actions if there is a finding of a contravention. And as Ms. Barrett has indicated, we have found that there are two breaches of the code. We haven't even mentioned the fact that Section 14.2 is, in my view, engaged, where it says a member shall cooperate with requests for information during an investigation or an inquiry by the Integrity Commissioner. As Ms. Barrett indicated, Councillor Jonker was asked to explain himself and remained silent, refused to answer our questions. So the remedial measures are corrective actions. You'll also see that these are included in your code of conduct itself under Section 16. To be very clear, these are not penalties. And the law has said if they're punitive, then they are sanctions in the guise of remedial measures. We believe that it is important in order to rectify the shortcomings in this case from Councillor Jonker, the fact that he clearly indicated that he was in Ottawa as part of his representative capacity, and that part of that representative capacity, he indicated that we received from the supporters food, fuel, and hugs. Now, food and fuel, of course, have a monetary value, and he didn't disclose any receipt of any financial assistance, gift, or benefit. So our finding is that he breached Section 7.1, and it is our determination that it is appropriate for council to impose a remedial measure or corrective action in this case. We are recommending, and this is set out in the very end of our report under the recommendations section, and that's on page 13 of our report, page 14 of our report under paragraph 99. You'll see that the remedial measures are set out that are in the code. And in paragraph 100, we ask that council direct Councillor Jonker to account for the monetary value of the food and fuel that was provided to him and his contingent of supporters as a gift or benefit during the demonstration. We ask that this be done within 30 days of council's decision, should it impose this recommendation. And two, that Councillor Jonker may provide specific proof satisfactory to council that the funds equal to the amounts that he has received have been reimbursed, repaid, or refunded, and we're asking that that be put in place within 60 days of council's decision. Now, the obvious purpose of the recommended corrective actions or remedial measures, however you want to see them, is to rectify the breaches of the code with respect to the gifts and benefits that the council member was not entitled to receive, but which he accepted in contravention of the code and thereafter refused to answer our questions and to disclose the fact that he had received monetary value of fuel and food. So that is the recommendations, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This concludes our presentation with respect to our investigative report. Once again, I remind council that the recommendations in our report are the only matter to be considered by council this evening. Ms. Baird and I, of course, will remain and we'd be able, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have with respect to the recommendations in the report. And at this time, I would suggest to you, Mr. Mayor and members of council, that it would be appropriate, before any questioning is put in place, that Councillor Jonker be able to make his submissions if he would like to. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mascarin and Ms. Barrett. Councillor Jonker, I believe you have the floor at this time to respond. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I would like to respond. And I would, first thing I would like to touch on is point 10. I did sadly miss an email from the lawyers that I did not respond to on July 4th and the June 6th one. What I find a little bit concerning and surprising is that in their communication, they send out an email, but then they never double check to make sure that I've received it. I did receive them, but because of my business and my emails all coming on the same phone, I did miss them, which is on me as well. But I find it a little surprising that they didn't reach out and disappointing that they did not reach out to me and say, hey, we sent an email here, you did not receive it. I don't know. It just seems a little funny to me and frustrating on my part, but I get it. I missed them. So that is on me. The next points I would like to cover are 19 to 23. With point 19, there are a lot of allegations made about the convoy, but none of them have been proven in a court of law. On point 23, I would like to quote two different injunctions from the Ontario Supreme Court. One is from February 7th. On February 7th, the Honorable Judge McLaren, in his injunction in point 7, stated this: the court orders that, provided the terms of this order are complied with, the defendants and other persons remain at liberty to engage in a peaceful, lawful, and safe protest. We worked very hard to comply with that order, and we were able to comply with the Horn injunction. And considering the size of the crowd, the size of the amount of people there, it was pretty impressive that it was complied with. The second one was also from the Ontario Superior Court Justice on February 14th. And that's court file number CV-22-88569. And this is Justice Faye Wallet. And her ruling was basically the same thing. This is point 6. I'm quoting. This court orders that, provided the terms of this order are complied with, the respondents and other persons remain at liberty to engage in a peaceful, lawful, and safe protest. Same thing. We worked very hard to continue to do that. And even on February 14th, Ottawa police were escorting trucks onto Wellington Street right in front of Parliament to fill in the spot where drivers had to go home for personal reasons or decided to leave for whatever reason, and there's footage of that. So the police were still escorting us on the 14th. On points 22 to 25, I appreciate that the Integrity Commissioner, as Integrity Commissioner, you have recognized the fundamental right of freedom of expression as outlined by the Superior Court of Canada. And then on points 46 to 58, which deals with the duty of loyalty. Seeing Ontario Supreme Court of Justice viewed the demonstration as lawful, and therefore so did I did consider that I was still able to fulfill my duties of loyalty to the township. And I would also, on response, when I to Bennett there, I did kind of the wrong way. My participation envoy as being somebody who agreed a lot of residents of our municipality and residents of Canada. So that's what that response was meant to say, that I didn't go there as a councillor of West Lincoln. I went there as a truck driver and as a company owner, and to support what I believe was a peaceful, lawful demonstration. When it comes to sections 59 to 73 concerning gifts and benefits, again, I would like to apologize for not responding to your email from June 3rd. I missed it somehow, and there's no excuse for that, but I did. As to declaring gifts, I did not personally receive any gifts or benefits from anyone in this township. It did not come to me personally. If anything, Jonker Trucking, which I owned, lost a whole lot of money and continues to not function the way it would like. I did not receive any food, lodging, or fuel in conjunction with my position as a town councillor, but as a truck driver, one of many. And the lodging and the fuel, I did not personally receive any. I paid for my own lodging by my company, and the fuel, I did not personally receive any. Food, yes, I received coffee. I received hamburgers. I received bacon and eggs. And I have a great concern in the interpretation of this section. And I think what we need to really consider, if I, as an owner of Jonker Trucking, or as an elder of my church here, receive from one of my customers, or if I receive from one of my members of my church a meal or a coffee and a piece of cake when I visit, do I report that? That seems to be a great waste of time and resources, does not have anything to do with my position as a counselor of West Lincoln. As for me as town councilor of West Lincoln, to account for the food that was received by me and by the many truckers, and that's where the one thing is kind of concerning in the recommendation. It's are received by myself, many truckers and their supporters from all across Canada is an infringement of their and the donators' privacy. And it's not only that, it's impossible. It would be impossible for me to even know how much I received in amount of hamburgers, hot dogs, bacon and eggs, and the list can go on and on. In conclusion, what I would like to say is this. Do we want to live in a country where we are not allowed to protest, or some of us are not allowed to protest against what we believe and understand to be wrong and harmful for our country? I can say this from the bottom of my heart. I am thankful and I am humbled that I was able to participate in a protest that brought immense joy and hope to so many Canadians across this country. And it's still heart-wrenching and very tough for me when people come up to me still to this day and thank me as a truck driver for saving their life, for giving them hope. So in conclusion, I believe very firmly that me going to Ottawa was not in any way, shape, or form as a township of West Lincoln councillor, but as a truck driver and a business owner, and as a father who has a lot of concerns of where we are going in society today. I hope and pray that we as council can see through this confusion and realize that I think this code of conduct that we have, there's a lot of problems with it that we need to address and that needs to be fixed. But to say that I did something wrong, deep in my, I know and I believe that I didn't, and that will never change. And I hope and pray that you understand where I'm coming from, and that you see that this is not an easy thing that's in front of us. And I pray for wisdom and insight for you all.
Thank you, Councillor Jonker. All right. So I'm going to open the floor then to the other councillors if they would like to ask questions of Mr. Mascarin or Ms. Barrett. Councillor Riley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
Okay, good. I'm using a different laptop today, so I haven't had to Zoom on it before. So I guess my first question, Mr. Mayor, through you to John Mascarin there, or Megan even, my interpretation of when we took our oath to office is that at no point we get to, I guess, pause it. We get to say, hey, listen, today we're not a counselor. Now, I believe we've heard that in a previous integrity commissioner complaint that we had, or investigation we had not too long ago. So I think there's confusion here, and I think what the reality is, and I'll go to the question right after, but I hear Councillor Jonker, and at no point in this report does it say that he as a private individual cannot protest. It doesn't even say really him as a councillor cannot protest. It's identifying the fact when it became unlawful. His real conflict, from what I take away from reading this, is really comes down to the fact of his role with the municipality. Had he not been a councillor, had he, say, resigned his seat and then participated, we wouldn't be having this conversation tonight. And I think that's the confusion that we're experiencing tonight, or at least with this particular matter, is the unaware or I'm not too sure what the word is. So I guess maybe I'll go to my question is to you, to our legal representative. Is there at any point an elected member, whether it be the mayor or a councillor or a regional councillor, that we get to say, hey, listen, is there an opportunity for me to contact the clerk's office or whatever form it is and say, I got to go do something. I don't want to affect the township, but it's something personal to me, and I can take that hat off and hand it over. So I guess I'll go start with that first.
If I could answer that, Mr. Mayor, through you,
yes,
to Councillor Riley. I've said this before. I think you might have been quoting me, Councillor Riley. I've often said, if you're a member of council, you're a representative at all times of the council. But it doesn't stop there. And it's just too convenient to say, well, of course I was acting in my personal capacity in this matter and not in that matter. At paragraph 65 of our report, we actually quote what Councillor Jonker actually told us. These are his own submissions. We're not making this up. In responding to the allegations of the complaint, the councillor wrote, quote, as a representative of who? A representative of the township. That's what he's talking about. I choose to represent the residents who are being negatively affected by the lockdowns and mandates. He drew the line himself. So he was a representative. He said he was a representative of the people that he felt he was representing, and he's just said it, of all those that he felt were impacted by the lockdowns, the masking, and all of the other health requirements that all the levels of government had put in place. So I reject that claim that he was not acting in any way as a representative of the municipality. In our view, he clearly was a representative of the municipality. He said so himself.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. So in the beginning, and it's unfortunate, but I'm going to try to restrain this because Mr. Masterin said very clearly that he really doesn't want to get into it. So we're asking for clarity, and I get it. But I see, we could get quite a dialogue. And I want to be fair to Councillor Jonker and the rest of council and Mr. Mascarin, but I want to make sure that it doesn't go out. So everything, of course, from this point obviously goes through the chair, the mayor. And so I'm going to go back to Councillor Riley. He has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if I'm not mistaken, I do believe I said through you.
Yeah.
Did I not?
No, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just the way how you phrased that, I wasn't sure if maybe I didn't or if you just missed that.
No.
And I respect that. As our integrity commissioner mentioned, the whole idea is that tonight we're discussing and debating the recommendations. My question was primarily based on Councillor Jonker's explanation, which kind of took us beyond the recommendation, as he was alluding to this coming forward as a result of him just protesting, and he's talking about the Charter of Rights and everything else. And this recommendation is coming specifically about his role to the municipality at all times. It says so in black and white right on my screen here. And so I wanted to get that clarity out there for the public who may not have this right in front of them. And so as we look at it, and I'll go right to the recommendations, I think that's kind of how we're going to get through tonight in a more efficient manner. I see what we have before us is the reprimand. I also see we have the recommendation for a 30-day pay suspension remuneration. And in here, I guess, even after reading this report, I really wasn't sure where that really comes from. But Megan kind of started the meeting off here talking about more specifically how it's compared to other municipalities and other situations and law. And so at first when I saw this, I'll be honest, I thought it was quite steep. Considering, and I'll say this, I know I was one of the ones that originally was, wanting this to be done through council. You know what I mean? There's no secret behind that. But I certainly wasn't expecting something like this, and I'll mention why. You know, Councillor Jonker up to this point has had a pretty good term. You know what I mean? In terms of, you know, not necessarily getting himself into trouble. And then this is the first time. So I wasn't really sure where that came from. But in hearing that explanation, I understand the whole point of this is deterrence of future matters, whether it's related to this council or the precedent setting for future councils to come. And so that part I get and I understand. I am, you know, and just voicing, I guess, concern. I was concerned as well that it looked like the council was not cooperating with the investigation. He alleges that it was an honest mistake and he missed it. And, you know, we you know, Mr. Mayor, as you know yourself, you know, we get copious amounts of emails, right? And so you certainly can, you know, we can all relate to that component. I guess my question to you, Mr. Mayor, to our legal representatives, either or, is there, the councillor mentioned that there was no additional efforts made to communicate with him once the email was sent regarding the findings of your report, or sorry, even before that, the regarding the whatever it was 7.1 or 7 point whatever. Was that, like, is that your normal practice? Was there extra efforts made? Could you maybe speak a little bit to that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. We didn't receive responses to our earlier emails to Councillor Jonker asking him to tell us what he received, giving him an opportunity to voluntarily disclose. So we didn't receive a response there. We didn't follow up, admittedly. We responded earlier. It's his work email that we're sending it to, his office email. If he's missing emails, well, then it's a big problem. When he didn't respond again, why would we follow up? I'll be honest, I thought he was ignoring us. And it's convenient tonight to indicate, after we sent him the note and told him the report was there, why he didn't contact us and ask us, well, why didn't you follow up? I think it's convenient to bring this up tonight to try to impeach our process and our procedure, which we follow to a T.
Okay, thank you. And if I could just ask, because you just, with the email, Mr. Mayor, if I could go back to John there. So you're saying you sent the email, the same email. Were these separate emails? Were these part of an email thread? Like, could you maybe go into a little bit more specifics about how that's done? I'm just trying to understand how this, if there, you know, I understand in my own email, I'll have email threads and it's easier to kind of like, it just comes back up. But if it maybe went through a different email, you know, that always has the possibility of finding its way to the junk folder too.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you, I'll let Ms. Barrett answer. She conducted the investigation, but let me say that we always send them to the email address at the municipality. It's the official address for the member. Sometimes the members indicate they would prefer to receive it elsewhere. That I don't believe occurred in this case, but Ms. Barrett can answer whether it was a thread. I believe they were all original new emails that were sent, so it wasn't part of something else, but Ms. Barrett can answer.
Thank you, Mr. Mascarin. Yes, it's my practice to send individual emails so that it's very clear in the subject line what the topic of the email is. And since there were two different subject lines in the emails that Councillor Jonker indicated he didn't receive, and that was first in respect of the gifts and benefits, our findings in respect of the gift and benefits, our preliminary findings, and our request for clarification and voluntary disclosure. That was a separate correspondence with a clear subject line sent directly to his council email address. And then several weeks later, I sent a draft of our report with our findings, as Mr. Mascarin indicated earlier, again with a clear subject line to to Councillor Jonker's council email address.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll just wrap up one more, and I might come back, I might not. Yeah. And so in hearing that, you know, thank you for the explanation there, and just, you know, again, I always try to put myself in other people's shoes just to kind of see what the situation can be, and I always consider myself pretty open-minded, and I try to consider myself a pretty forgiving person. But I think what we have before us here. Sorry, I got two computers here, one with my my agenda and the other one I'm talking to. So if you see me looking here, that's why. But I think what we have here is a situation where it's almost like hearsay in terms of what we're hearing from our councillor here, as far as whether you missed it or not. That's out in the open, you know, or that's up only him and his computer really know that. I don't think we can really make a decision based on that. I think what we have before us is the recommendation by our paid professionals, and I think at this point I'll maybe just let other people contribute to it. I'll just say, at first I was a little hesitant, but in hearing explanations tonight and hearing the conversation here, I'm fully in support. I'll support this recommendation. I think that unfortunately it's going to be a hefty price to pay, but I think we all make mistakes. We need to learn from it. The mistakes we learn from that we carry with us, and we do better in the future. And I think this is what the community deserves. A council that is not going to pick and choose when to go by their own rules. We set the standard for everybody else, and I think this is a prime example for us to demonstrate that through leadership.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors wishing to weigh into this? I see Councillor Trombetta in the gallery. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Mascarin or Mrs. Barrett. Mr. Mascarin or Ms. Barrett, if Councillor Jonker was responsive to those emails that he did receive in a timely fashion, and you were able to conclude your investigation with his, obviously, statements that he could have made, would the severity of the penalties you're imposing be a lot different, or would this be a lot different outcome of your report if he did comply with the response to yourselves?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Trombetta, it all depends on what the responses would have been. I don't know what the responses were going to be. I heard some of it this evening. New evidence was brought forward, which we hadn't heard. Would it have made a material difference? I believe not. I believe our recommendations would stand the way they are. They are in line with other similar types of reports. There was one just last week, Grimsby Council. I'm sure that you're quite well aware of it. There was a finding of a contravention of a council member who did not lead a convoy, but he participated in an unlawful protest in the city, and there was a very similar finding with a very similar penalty.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can jump in as well, the first request to Councillor Jonker with respect to the gifts and benefits piece, that is our request at that time is reflected in the remedial measure that we've recommended to council as well, which is voluntary disclosure, or in this case, not voluntary disclosure, of the gifts and benefits received.
Okay, thank you. I just feel that, the not disclosure or the unfortunate non-responsiveness is an issue. I know this came to us in the past with the mayor, but I give the mayor some credit. He responded at all times and made an effort to abide by our code of conduct by being a mayor that then showed that this is the process, and he went through the process and he did not ignore it. But ignoring the process, I think, or saying that you didn't receive an email, it is a bit of an issue. We all have a duty to do. If we do all get emails, and I understand that sometimes we miss things, but this wasn't that he wasn't aware of it. You just have to play the course, and I think possibly, and I know Mr. Mascarin said maybe not, maybe, but maybe there could have been a different outcome of this. If the councillor did acknowledge and report back to the Integrity Commissioner. It could have been less of a lengthy report, let's just say, that now the more, and people need to be aware of this, that the lengthy these reports are, the more money it costs us taxpayers. If he would have complied and responded, it could have been less of a lengthy report. Actually, would have even said in their presentation that we can't go through this whole report because it's so lengthy. So that is an issue that I do find. It's an unfortunate issue. I wish the council would have responded. We have an obligation. Again, I just picked up my papers last month, and I just had to open up a bank account to declare my finances when I run in the next municipal election. We all have a duty to declare things according under our code of conduct through the Municipal Act, and it is very unfortunate that that didn't transpire with the councillor. I think that if he did respond, there would have been a different, I think in my heart there possibly could have been a bit different outcome, at least a cost savings to the taxpayer if there was a response to the the firm of Arid and Bearless, the Arid Integrity Commissioners. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. I see Councillor Ganan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just want to remind members of council that we did agree, all of us, to our code of conduct when we went over it at the beginning of this term of council. So although, there may be some parts that we now think need to be changed, they were things that we looked at very carefully at the beginning of this term of council and agreed that we would follow those rules. So that's a big thing, in my opinion, that that agreement was there first. I do have a question, Mr. Mascaron or Ms. Began, or Ms. Barrett, whether you have any suggestions at all about how we can track the remedial measures that you suggested. Looking at a 3-month period or a 30-day period and then a 60-day. I'm just not sure how we would go about that process. And I wonder if, in your experience, you have anything to offer us that way.
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Ganan. Yes, that's why we put some timelines in there. We didn't want these to be out there forever. Council members have come back to us and said, well, you never gave us a date in which to do that. I figured Councillor Jonker is well connected to the people that were supporting him. He represented that to us, and therefore he should be able to account for it. Tonight's the first time that we heard he's going to have difficulty indicating that he's able to show where he got it, what the value is. I'm sorry, as a member of council, you're supposed to keep track of these things because there's a disclosure statement and you've taken an oath of office that says you're going to comply with the code of conduct. So these aren't new requirements. I think you pointed that out, Councillor Ganan. Council at the beginning of the term, I think Ms. Baird came and presented it, and you all agreed to abide by the terms of this code, and the code says what it says. So we've put in dates. I think in general, it's the clerk who, and I hate to put this on Joanne, but it's the clerk who generally says council's passed the bylaw, or this will be enshrined by bylaw, right? There'll be a resolution and a bylaw. And there's 30 days from the date of council's decision, should council decide to impose these. Then if they're not complied with, then you've got a couple of things. Council has to decide, is the will of council being defied by the member of council by not doing what council has directed him to do? Perhaps there could be another code of conduct, non-compliance with the code, because there still will not be compliance with the disclosure. And then it's up to council to make a decision on that. So that's why we put in dates there, Councillor Ganan, 30 days to account and 60 days to reimburse or pay. Now, I understand clearly what Councillor Jonker is saying tonight. He might be saying, I don't know exactly whom I can reimburse for that. I understand that. Well, let's be creative. Perhaps Councillor Jonker could come up with perhaps a way of making some recompense, some worthwhile cause for that money to go to. Perhaps.
Thank you. I was sure that in your experience you had something that you could offer beyond just the words that were there. So thank you very much for that.
Okay, any others? Okay, Councillor Riley for a second time.
Actually, I saw Councillor Jonker's hand up, so you can go first if he wants to.
No, I'm going to allow Councillor Jonker to respond last so that we don't get kind of a dialogue going back and forth. So if you go ahead, Councillor Riley, I acknowledged you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure it's going to be a fair process for him. I guess the first thing I'm going to ask is, for the sake of transparency, I say this all term long, I'm going to ask for recorded votes. I think it's important to have that. I think the other thing, we need to take in here is, none of us want to be in this situation. I think this is a tough situation all around. Here we are at the end of the term. And, as Councillor Trombetta mentioned, everyone's, not, I don't know about everyone, but most people are trying to get ready for re-election and everything else that's going on. And so we have a difficult thing before us tonight. I really want to highlight that. I think my concern in relation to what Councilor Nan even brought up with as far as the remedial is we just heard that another integrity commissioner complaint can be filed if there's non-cooperation again, and with the submission of whatever it is that he's required to submit. I I don't really even know. It sounds like he's not even too sure how he could even estimate the dollar figure behind that, let alone figure out how to get that back to those people. So I don't really see how we ever resolve this. You know, if the expectation is that he's just supposed to pull a number out of thin air, again, like, you know, where do we go with that? And, you know, what can this council do? My understanding is after August 19th, anything that's going to be put towards any member of this council gets held until after the election. And if they're reelected, then there's 6 to 8 or 10 weeks or whatever that the council can bring that investigation back. So I guess maybe through you back to Mr. Mascarin there, if maybe he could just kind of explain to me, like, what is the process, because of where we are in the time of the term, should the council be unable or unwilling to cooperate?
Yes. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Riley, we made sure that we, the best of our efforts, to try to report to you before the August 19th deadline. For those members who don't recall, there is a termination date for any investigation that has not been completed. Our investigation has now been completed, and we've actually reported on it this evening. So we've done that. Council can perhaps not even make a decision tonight, defer it. But if council defers it past August 19th, then that terminates as well, and it can be picked up. So if council makes a decision tonight, Councillor Riley, you have the decision made, you have whatever has been put in place, and you have the report. So everything's been done. It's just a matter of then having compliance with the remedial measures, and those can go on during the blackout period. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, that was the part I wasn't sure about. This is uncharted waters for myself here, and I imagine most of this council, I don't think we've ever had a situation where someone's been non-cooperative with an investigation. So again, I feel like that's I appreciate that clarity. So at this point, Mr. Mayor, I guess my last bit is from what I understand here, we've only put a motion forward to receive it. I'll put a motion forward to accept the recommendation as is, as presented by our integrity commissioners as of tonight.
Okay, and then Madam Clerk, I'm just going to ask you a quick question. Is that an amendment, or is that how do I proceed with that?
Sorry.
Sorry,
coming between two screens here too. So my suggestion would be that a further recommendation be put forward so that the final recommendation that be received for the report, and that we add an amendment to impose the corrective measures or actions that were recommended by the Integrity Commissioner.
Okay, and then I'll that since you called it an amendment, we'll treat it as an amendment. Can I get a seconder for the amendment? Okay, Councillor Ganand. Any comments or questions?
I just, sorry, Mr. Mayor, for interrupting. I just want to make some clarifications here as to what, if it's all the remediation measures that were noted in the Integrity Commissioner's report. So that being the remuneration, suspension of his remuneration as a member of council for 30 days. Do you also want the provide written or verbal apology to council and public by no later than a specific date? Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to our clerk, I put it exactly how it's presented by our professionals here. I feel like I don't think council needs to muddy this up anything further than what's been presented tonight. I think we vote on it as presented and as recommended.
Okay, so that's in respect to sections.
I think it's
95
to, I guess, 101. 102, I guess. I don't know how far down this has to go. It looks like it's I think it's
from 90.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Mr. Mascarin because he's important in this discussion. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. I hate to drop in, and I don't understand. I don't think this is an amendment. You voted on the earlier motion, which was to accept it, then to allow us to present. Now I think I stand to be corrected by the clerk, but I believe it's a new motion brought forward by Councillor Riley, and I believe what Councillor Riley wants to do. And again, I'm not telling you what to do. I believe this is what he wants to do. He's saying he'd like to adopt what we're recommending, and what we're recommending, I can tell you, is in 4 separate sentences, and I could say them. I might not say them as eloquently as perhaps your clerk can put them in place. But the first one is the reprimand, which is that Councillor denounce the actions of Councillor Jonker. The second one is that Councillor Jonker's suspension as a member of council, Councillor's remuneration as a member of council be suspended for a period of 30 days. Those are the penalties. As a remedial measure, you can actually take the 2 subparagraphs in paragraph 100 of the report. And that's the first one is that Councillor Jonker be directed to account for the monetary value of the gifts and benefits, and 2, that he provide proof that's satisfactory to the council that the money's been refunded, repaid, or reimbursed.
Councillor Riley, you do actually have the floor since you're proposing an amendment.
So that's from, I'm just having it up in front of me, and that's, he summed it up, I guess, more concise than myself, and I'm sure our clerk could probably even make it even more concise. So that is perfectly fine with me.
Councillor Ganam, you second that? Do you understand that? Yeah. Okay. So we have this.
And I'll call for a recorded vote for this one as well.
So we're not actually changing then we're not actually proposing an amendment, Madam Clerk. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's just we receive the report. We'll conclude with all these things.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right. At this point, I'd like to just ask a couple questions if I could, and then I'll have I'll ask one more time if there's any council members that want to ask questions, and then I'm going to give Councillor Jonker an opportunity to respond, and then we will proceed with the vote. Mr. Mascarin, just quickly, and you alluded to in your opening comments that you're not subject to any cross-examination, neither is your report, and so we have to receive it in its entirety. Is there an appeal process? And that's a general question, because I've always had, long-standing cultural jurisprudence has allowed for cross-examination, for equal representation, and I find that where do we appeal to? We find that this ruling is lawless. It has no foundation in there, and we would like to get quote unquote an appeal going. How is that done in this Integrity Commission process?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's no appeal per se. If you look at the Municipal Act, an appeal has to be statutory based, and you'll see when you pass a zoning bylaw, what do? Do you go to the courts? No, you appeal to the Ontario Lands Tribunal. Why? Because Section 34 sub 19, I think, of the Planning Act says that's where you go. There's no similar scheme in this case. But the reason, before I answer your question, Mr. Mayor, just let me respond to the fact that I said, you really shouldn't cross-examine us. Council's only being asked, and this has been made very clear in the Chiarelli versus City of Ottawa decision. Rick Chiarelli argued that what council was doing is making a decision on the overall findings, and the court said, no, the findings are made by the Integrity Commissioner. That's why you hire someone who's neutral, impartial, unbiased. The Integrity Commissioner makes the determination with procedural fairness. We afforded Councillor Jonker procedural fairness throughout the whole process. He was given the outline of the complaint and told, this is what the allegations are. We told him, this is what our concerns are. We'd like you to address these things. What Ms. Baird didn't tell you is that there were a couple of code of conduct sections that we didn't pursue. We just didn't feel they were merited. So we didn't ask him to make any representations. So there's the opportunity to make them. We also gave him a final copy of the report. Whether he received it or didn't, we'd received no undeliverable message, so we assumed that he received it, and he had an opportunity fully to make a response. It would be completely unfair to the complainant for the member today to come forward and start cross-examining us when the complainant doesn't have that opportunity. So you have to think about fairness to everyone. So that's what I said about not cross-examining us about the findings. They're conclusive, they're binding. Now, if Councillor Jonker believes that we conducted a bad investigation, it wasn't done appropriately, wasn't done with procedural fairness, there are two routes that he can take. The first one is to make an application or a complaint to the Ontario Ombudsman under Section 14 of the Ombudsman's Act. The Ontario Ombudsman will look at it. Believe me, people have made complaints about us. My last count, when I asked Laura Pettigrew, the lead counsel for the Ontario Ombudsman, was about 125 complaints against Ontario Integrity Commissioners since the advent of the authority of the Ontario Ombudsman. So there is that process. The Ontario Ombudsman will look at it and write a letter or a report, just like it would in any other matter. If Councillor Jonker is unhappy with the investigation and Council's decision, he can apply for judicial review under the Judicial Review Procedure Act, which is an application to the Ontario Divisional Court. It's before a panel of 3 judges, and there's a 30-day timeline from the date of the decision of council. So those are the 2 ways you can do it. In order to overturn the decision that's made, because only council makes the decision, we just write a report, you'd have to go to judicial review. But the Ontario Ombudsman could say, we've conducted a poor investigation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. And then the final question, I'm glad that I don't mean to impugn necessarily the integrity of your office, but the reason I asked that question is reference was made multiple times to an unlawful protest during the explanation of your your report, and I'm concerned that a judgment has been passed on that protest. Now, I know that, and you acknowledge, I think in item 23, that it's generally accepted. It's generally accepted as an unlawful protest. That was the words in the report. Now, you would also know that there are components of that whole Declaration of Emergencies Act that are coming under great scrutiny. You probably know that certain hearings have been undertaken with respect to the RCMP, Commissioner Lucky, I believe, with respect to coercion by the Prime Minister's office. You're probably aware that there were media reports suggesting that there was international interference with the funding, so on and so forth. And I don't want to get into the details, but these things are being examined, they're being investigated, and they're being exposed as being unfounded, wrong. There was not due process and various things, such that it's really undermining the integrity of the declaration that this was, in fact, an unlawful protest, which I might add, up until the last day, remained peaceful, family-friendly, fun-loving, and all of those things. So if, for example, at some future point, a judge actually rules that this was, in fact, a peaceful protest from start to finish, and since this report is largely basing the balance of this, it was an unlawful report, does that undermine then this ruling? Because you have based in section 23 of your report that this is generally widely accepted as an unlawful demonstration.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In our view, it is determined that the protest started potentially peacefully, and it was so for, I think, a certain period of time, and then it just completely changed. I don't know the rulings that that Councillor Jonker referred to. He never provided them to us. I don't believe that that's the majority view. There may have been some, and he may have been parsing out certain aspects of what he was saying. It's generally been determined to be an unlawful protest. That's the main. That's the case that we quote from that says that. Now, you have to presume that things are what they are on the date that you're making the decision. Otherwise, you can never make decisions, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Someone could challenge one of your bylaws and say, it's under challenge, therefore you can't enforce it. And the law says presumption of validity. So we are saying the predominant view is that it was unlawful protest at the time that Councillor Jonker was there, was participating, and was not involved in a fun-loving, peaceful demonstration, as many people in the city of Ottawa would disclaim your words, Mr. Mayor, that it was so until the very last day. I don't believe that's to be the case, and I don't believe that's the majority view.
Well, and fair enough, and I'm not here to discuss that with you, but if it's found that it was peaceful right to the end, and
Mr. Mayor,
I'm not here to argue it.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I think you as chair,
No,
Mayor, you're going to have to maybe relinquish your seat as chair to step down to get into a debate.
Okay.
Let
me get to the question.
I'm just saying, Mr. Mayor, according to procedural.
Yeah.
Procedurally, if you're going to get into a debate, you're going to have to relinquish the chair and something. You know these rules better than I do, Mr. Mayor. So you should be really aware.
Right. Then I would like to proceed. Then, as I'd like to step down and hand the chair to the deputy mayor, who is at this point, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Trombetta.
Councillor Trombetta, I'd like to relinquish the chair to you as deputy mayor.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, Madam Clerk. So anything from you, Madam Clerk, or that we just follow? I will take the position at the moment.
Okay.
I believe you just have to recognize the mayor again.
I do. Okay.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, again, like you stated before, instead of getting into a vigorous debate, that's not our intentions. I'm following your order previously. I'd like you to direct, not a debate, but I'd like you to direct a question, but not get into a debate. And then again, once you are complete, then I'll give you back the chair, and then you can continue on. I know Councillor Jonker wanted to go, so you still have the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Chair Trombetta.
Yes.
Chair, I'd like to interrupt and just ask, out of great respect, about a point of order. We were given clear direction from the legal team to not discuss in entirety anything other than the recommendations, and it appears as though this discussion is going off course, and I wanted some clarity on if we can just bring it back to discussing the recommendations.
Well pointed out, Councillor Broderick. I'll refer that question to the clerk, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Trombetta. I'm sorry. I would rather to prefer this to Mr. Mascarian if this is incorrect dialogue, since he is the expert in this field.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is interesting because I would have normally refused to answer the question because the question doesn't relate to the recommendations. However, in fairness to the mayor, I think if you let me answer it, Councillor Trombetta, I will.
Sure, Mr. Mascarian. If that's okay with you, Councillor Broderick, then Mr. Mascarian would like to take the chance to.
If he's fine with that, then I am too.
Then yes.
Okay.
Then actually, go ahead, Mr. Mascarian. You can answer the mayor's question.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you're asking what happens if it comes back in 6 months, a year, 2 years, that the protest was lawful at all times and that there was nothing wrong here, and we've made a decision. Well, that's the way the law works. You make a decision on the day that you have all of the facts here, and that's what we have today. So we have to make the decision today or when council decides to make it. If something changes in the future, something changes in the future. You have a decision that you have to make today. You can't wait. Otherwise, nothing would ever make, and the machinery of government would never go on if you had to wait for everything to play its ultimate course. So that's my answer.
Okay,
Mr. McCarron.
and that's fair enough, and that's the question that I was seeking to have answered. And ultimately, though, as you said, the council is the caretakers of their code of conduct and the Integrity Commission, process. In 2 years, if things are changed, then we can change them.
Is that a question directed to another question, Mr. Mayor?
It is more of a, it was a bit rhetorical, but so I'll state it a little bit more clearly. If the council 2 years from now decides to reverse this decision, they have every right to do so. Is that true, Mr. Mascarin?
Go ahead, Mr. Mascarin.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Council can always, and it's in the Legislation Act, council can make a decision and can revoke or amend that decision at any time. I would say it would have to have a justifiable basis for doing so.
Sure, of course. Sure. And a decision like that would be one.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Mascarin, if it was deemed at some point to be a lawful protest, that would be the kind of information that would trigger a reconsideration of a decision that's made here today.
Mr. Mascarin?
Through you, yes, Mr. Chair, I would agree with that statement.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Chair, thank you. I have no further. Those were just my two questions. And I'm sorry that I got a little bit.
I just
to actually get to that.
We just got to follow order here, Mr. Mayor. You know how it works. So by this point, if you're finished with your comments and there are no further comments, I can give you the chair back, Mr. Mayor, and you can conduct the meeting.
Thank you very much. I will receive the chair back. Thank you, councillors. Are there any other councillors wishing to weigh in here? Then I'm going to hand the floor to Councillor Jonker to just make some concluding remarks, as he has that right to do so, and then we will proceed to the vote.
Yeah, I cannot say frustrated I am with myself for missing those two emails. I definitely missed them, and I said that at the beginning, and I apologize for that. I was not meaning to mislead anything. I'm a little bit, I'm angry at myself for not responding, that's for sure. But I also said at the beginning, it's a little frustrating when the only communication is just one email. I responded to that first email. I missed this too. I agree. And I can't do anything about that now, but I hope that both the people that made the report here and put this together can understand that I was not trying to hide anything. Obviously, right from day one, I was being interviewed, but I was not in any shape or form promoting or pushing the fact that I was a township councillor in West Lincoln. And that's where I felt I did not, by my actions in participating in this protest, did not fall into this code of conduct. Secondly, if we are going to, I'm concerned, if I'm going to read this 100, it says that they could be directed to account for the monetary value of the food and provide and his constituents of supporters as a gift or benefit during the demonstration. I don't understand what that's trying to say. As a gift, so that I have to account for something that was given to support people at the convoy? That's impossible. It's going to be impossible for me to accurately give you a figure of any. It's going to be impossible. So that there, I really can't understand that's being asked of me. And that the funds be given back or given to another thing, that is, I'm hoping that you can understand that that's asking a lot for somebody who believed he was doing what his conscience told him to do. And I also suffered financial loss, and I'm totally fine with that. But I am not a technical savvy person. I am terrible. I am on a meeting with you on my iPhone and reading. So this is not even great for me. Things are a bit, so I'm not a technician. I am a truck driver that runs a business and I even said it to my wife. I cannot believe that I'm not hearing anything more from the Integrity Commissioner, from Megan Burnett. Sorry, I keep forgetting your name at this time. But so all I'm saying is I do apologize for it, but there was no intent to hide anything. And all I would be able to say to respond to asking, all I would have been able to say is, it's impossible for me to do. For anyone that was involved, it's boggling. And I am a little bit concerned. The complaint filed saying you received money from there, and I didn't even receive that. And then to say that I received money, I did not receive any monetary benefits from going. If anything, well, it's a fact. I suffered, and emotionally, mentally, this has been a challenge, and that's probably what's not helped with me communicating and missing an email here and there. And I'm frustrated with myself that I missed 2 very, very important emails. And yeah, what more can I say? The protest was peaceful the whole time until the police came. And it was, yeah, there's so much going on, it's mind-boggling. And it doesn't do it justice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm going to call the question.
Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
If I may, I understand the councillor's concern in terms of trying to figure out how to take care of the retribution. I just want to throw this out there. I think this council and regarding the maybe that's the wrong word. Regarding repaying the whatever it was that he ended up receiving, even indirectly there. So I just wonder, I think Councillor Ganane asked a great question, which was identified by our legal representative that said that he can come forward with the council with an estimation of what he believes he received, and then we understand the complication of being able to repay that. Perhaps, I'm just going to throw this as an idea, it doesn't have to go this way, but let's say he came forward and he gave us a specific dollar figure. I won't even guesstimate a dollar figure, and just named it to the West Lincoln Community Center. Or not Community Center, sorry, West Lincoln Community Care. And I think this council, and I obviously can't speak for everybody, but I know myself would support that idea, and we could see closure in that. And again, he would have to figure out what he believed that number could be. That would be on him, but I know I would be willing to accept that as fulfilling that portion of it, if that gives him any added clarity. But again, just community care, not community center, sorry, but community care. But again, I'm hearing the struggle there, and I understand. I think that sign of good faith could restore some integrity, and I think I can't see why anybody else would be opposed to that. So, anyways, I just wanted to mention that as a possibility.
Okay, and then Councillor Ganane, please.
So as a seconder on that, I just raised my hand because that's exactly why I asked the question originally about how we saw that happening. I do like that suggestion. I think that it might be impossible for Councillor Jonker to actually put all that together. We can all certainly understand that. But a reasonable number and a donation elsewhere, I think, would satisfy that condition. It simply is a matter of accepting the fact that whatever came to Councillor Jonker had a monetary value. Even if he didn't get it in dollar bills or in coins, he actually received a lot of things he would otherwise have had to pay for. And that's the difference in terms of monetary value, not receiving money necessarily, but something that he would have had to buy otherwise. And so if this is a simple solution to that, I would certainly second the motion based on that information.
Okay. I don't see anyone else, so I'm going to call the question. It was a recorded vote, so I'm going to go to Madam Clerk to conduct the recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And you would note then that Councillor Jonker does not get to vote.
That's correct. Okay. Councillor Riley.
Support.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Support.
Thank you. Councillor Ganaan.
Support.
Councillor Rayner.
Support.
Councillor Trombetta.
Support.
And Mayor Balsma.
Opposed.
Okay, so the vote is, the vote is 5-1 carried.
Yep.
That is with respect to the second resolution in respect to the penalties. And then the original motion, is it also being recorded? A recorded vote, sorry.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So yes, the original motion on the table then, Mayor Balsma, if you'd like me to do a recorded vote.
Yes, please. I think that's what Councillor Riley wants. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Riley?
Support.
Thank you. Councillor Brederick?
Support.
Councillor Ganaan?
Support.
Councillor Rayner?
Support.
Councillor Trombetta?
Support.
And Mayor Balsma?
Opposed.
Thank you. The vote is 5-1 carried.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Mascaron and Ms. Barrett for participating this evening. And we will move on with our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, could we have maybe just 2 minutes to use the washroom real quick before we start the meeting? Would that be possible?
Oh, sure. Well, okay. Yep. And then grab your popcorn because we have
Okay.
presentation. So, you know, anyways, a 2-minute break.
Oh, yeah, we got that one. Yeah.
Madam CAO, you have a presentation for us. We've been looking forward to this. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mayor Bilsma. First of all, I want to say something nice about the council. I think you handle yourselves very well during those difficult conversations, and I'm quite proud of you. And now I'm going to be giving you something else to be very, very proud of. So what you have coming before you is a presentation, and this is your presentation. This is a presentation on the work that you directed us to do during since the beginning of 2019 when the corporate plan was in place. So with that, I'm going to ask, I have a friend here helping me. Our communication specialist, Beth, is going to run the PowerPoint presentation. And at the end, I don't know that you have any questions or not, but there's certainly a lot of information going to be coming your way, and I do hope that you're proud of that as well. Oh.
And we have the full screen, so go ahead, Beth and Bev.
Okay. Okay, I think we might be having some sound problems, so bear with us, please. You got your Bluetooth in there, Beth?
Never fails, right?
Oh.
It's okay. We'll get this.
Yep.
We can actually just get you to read the script alongside. Oh, that was too nervous. Okay.
Yeah. Well, this wasn't. Where'd you see this?
Oh, there we go. We're good.
Amount of time during this. The pandemic has certainly taken up a significant amount of time during this term of council. I've heard a number of municipalities and municipal councils say they'd love the opportunity for a do-over. Indeed, the demand for a quick response did divert resources from municipal activities. However, we still have accomplished a very significant amount of projects and initiatives.
Can't really hear the volume.
Oh.
It is a direct result of Council's commitment to a plan for this term that we are able to report back tonight on how well we have done. There is no need for a do-over. This is something that we should be collectively very proud of. As you know, our corporate strategic plan summarizes the township's vision, mission, and values. It also outlines 6 overarching themes: strong transportation connections, support for business and employment opportunities for residents, strategic responsible growth, local attractions, community health and safety, and efficient, fiscally responsible operations. Each theme is broken down into prioritized initiatives that will help to advance our community over the next 10 years. You have directed staff on a total of 25 initiatives, although in many cases, and you will see this shortly, we have gone over and above that expectation. There will be a lot more detail on the biannual update reports that come to Council and are on the website. In Theme 1, our ongoing priorities are all about working with neighbouring municipalities to advocate for the escarpment crossing and investigating a Highway 20 bypass. West Lincoln has continuously advocated for the north-south escarpment crossing, teaming with the region, Grimsby, and Lincoln for 5 separate joint delegations with Caroline Mulrooney, Minister of Transportation, at the AMO and Roma conferences. These delegations focused on the Greater Golden Horseshoe 2051 Transportation Plan, requesting that it include the north-south escarpment crossing as a priority to ensure a coordinated approach between Niagara and the province on this critical infrastructure, and the region has approved funds to initiate the individual environmental assessment, and this has already commenced. In connection with the Urban Expansion Group, the Landowners Group and the Master Community Plan team have jointly continued to explore the relocation of the bypass in the southwest of Smithville to a northerly location. The Technical Advisory Team and the Steering Committee meetings have occurred specifically to discuss transportation linkages, including the Niagara Escarpment Commission and the Smithville Bypass. Our short-term initiative is to complete a roads needs study and to set targets for the maintenance, rehabilitation, and improvement of township roads. The roads needs study was finalized in September 2020. The information and recommendations were considered and included in the township's 2021 and 2022 capital budgets and forecasts. In line with this, the following roads projects have been addressed. In addition to the replacement of Bridge 34, we have rehabilitated Dockstader Bridge at South Chippewa Road and the North Creek Bridge at Patterson Road. In 2020, parts of concession 2 and 7, along with a section of 16 Road, were rehabilitated. In 2021, the rehabilitations of sections of Elko Road, South Grimsby Road 10, Beaver Creek Crescent, and Fieldstone Drive, and the hard topping of concession 5 were completed. In 2022, the road's rehabilitation contract was awarded in April, and it includes sections of South Grimsby Road 18, Abington Road, Concession 4 Road, and South Chippewa Road. The Brock Street water main replacement and road construction has been completed. The St. Anne's Roads Reconstruction Project has commenced with the municipal class environmental assessment study and preliminary design, and all study work will carry on with the road construction plan for 2025. Township staff also requested that the region consider the upload of approximately 20 kilometers of local roads that service a regional function, and we are awaiting a response. Historically, the township completed a roads needs study approximately every 5 years. As part of the 2022 budget, Council approved a service delivery request to complete an annual update of our pavement management system. Moving forward, we'd like to update the pavement service condition ratings for 1/3 of the road network every year. Our medium-term initiative is to build safe, active transportation networks, including sidewalks, bike paths, and trails. The Brock Street water main and road construction project included the replacement of existing sidewalks to improve pedestrian safety. A new school crossing and pedestrian crossover was installed by the region at Wade Road and West Street. This crossing is staffed by a crossing guard. The East Smithville Secondary Plan was approved without appeal and include concepts for trails and bike paths. Developers who submitted the Dunlow Plan subdivision applications are working on engineering designs that include trails and linkages. Township staff have also notified the region that we are interested in the regional lagoon lands as part of a future trails and corridors plan. Also related to our theme of transportation, in 2020, the Niagara On Demand Transit added strategic transportation points on the map for West Lincoln at Leisureplex, the West Lincoln Community Centre, and Town Hall. And in 2022, Town Council voted in favor of consolidated public transit, helping Niagara secure the triple majority support required to move forward with creating the long-awaited Consolidated Transit Commission. In Theme 2, our ongoing priority talks about streamlining township processes for building and development. We have partnered with Pelham, Port Colborne, and Wainfleet to undertake a review of building services. We've significantly reduced timelines for the development review process by having Public Works staff complete in-house reviews of engineering submissions rather than sending them out for a third-party peer review. We've created a streamlined part lot control process, made improvements to streamline the site alteration process, and introduced pre-consultation fee that now allows developers and applicants a more thorough pre-consultation review. We've introduced a sign bylaw and subsequently streamlined the variance process for exceptions. In the summer of 2020, we streamlined patio approval restrictions. We introduced AMPs for enforcement of various non-parking municipal bylaws, therefore assisting with effective enforcement and decreasing our POA files. Staff has become very efficient preparing and processing consent and minor variance applications and have already made decisions on 19 applications, which is on track to be another record-breaking number of applications. Our short-term initiative talks about attracting new industry, leveraging the industrial park and other potential employment lands. To do this, we have added new water main infrastructure in the industrial park area in 2020. Council approved the refreshed economic development plan in February 2020, and Council and Township staff took basic training on the importance of economic development. Expedited site plan approvals have been granted for 4 sites within the industrial park. We've recommended a Fulton Rural Employment Park and carried out lot creation for Manchester Pet Supplies, Home Hardware, and Post-Time Services lot enlargements. The urban boundary expansion work for our master community plan team is addressing all master servicing plans, employment lands, community service lands, and transportation linkages. The expansion of the Smithville Industrial Park is also a focus for growth. Further planning work will identify sectors to target for growth. Meanwhile, staff are working with existing employers who are growing within. Our medium-term initiatives are to advocate for increased investment in rural broadband, to investigate the installation of water and sewer services on employment lands, and to explore new incentives in the downtown core to attract new commercial activity. To do this, we provided letters of support for ISP seeking funding for the rural broadband initiatives. Staff have had discussions with another cell tower provider about a potential new tower in Ward 1 along Rural Road 20. We've continued advocacy with SWIFT, and that resulted in the announcement of Bell and Cogeco bringing fiber optic cabling to Smithville, Wellandport, Caister, and Grassy. And we renegotiated the 20-year Bell Mobility cell tower lease at Station 2. Other actions that weren't specifically indicated but helped to progress Theme 2 include we approved the Dog Got It hot dog cart and the Runaway Greek food truck. We approved a new building on the Niagara Region Sportsman Club property, approved the Riverside Oasis Farm Yurts in Wellandport, supported the expansion of Domain Kalis, and are helping farmers by facilitating surplus severances and other transactions with farmers and landowners. Several redevelopment initiatives are underway within the downtown core at 197 Griffin Street North, along with site plan approvals for 121 and 113 Griffin Street South. Roughly 5 site plans and site plan amendments have been received to be processed for 2022 so far. And staff is working with businesses for rezoning and minor variances to support business startup and expansion. In Theme 3, our ongoing priority talks about facilitating growth that builds complete communities, balancing commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. Our ongoing urban expansion project, the Smithville Master Community Plan, which commenced in the fall of 2019, focuses on building a complete community. Peer review of development proposals to ensure keeping with the Smithville character and secondary plan for the Northwest Quadrant. Staff worked with Caisterville United Church to find an appropriate adaptive reuse to preserve the church building. Staff carried out site alteration approval for Rosemont and Mars Home to keep engineered fill in Smithville. Prepared an urban forest report working with the NPCA and Landcare Niagara. Master servicing planning for the Northwest Quadrant includes draft plan approval for Mars Homes, Thrive, and expanding the types of housing such as back-to-back and stacked back-to-back units to improve affordability. Staff is reviewing the sale of surplus lands on McMurtry Lane. Our short-term initiative involves encouraging a variety of supportive, appropriate, safe, and affordable housing options for the community. St. Martin and College Street school sites were granted final approval without appeal in October 2020. These were township-led community planning processes to define the needs of the community in terms of density and housing form. The East Smithville Secondary Plan continues to be part of an extensive consultation with the development community. This plan explores the best means by which to develop the lands to the east of the Industrial Park Road. Staff continue to track available lot inventory and building permit statistics to ensure an available supply of residential lots at all times for future growth. Further garden suite approvals were granted, and final approval was granted to the Spring Creek Manor, Ellis Lots, and Bosher Sunset Acres to assist with our housing supply. The review of the Spring Creek Heights secondary plan saw a public consultation to ensure a proper policy framework. Staff have approved the Mars Homes draft plan of subdivisions, the Mars Homes and Greek Association OPA and zoning bylaw amendments, Peter Budd Developments draft plan of subdivision, the Giro Estates lot creation in St. Anne's, and has extended draft plan approval for 167 St. Catherine Street and approved street naming of the internal street. A policy was developed for EA planning approval processes and road street openings. Consultants were hired to complete the rural employment review and review the regional official plan work. Our green energy and renewable energy policies for future development opportunities were also finalized. An upkeeping housekeeping amendment to the zoning bylaw will review the residential zone regulations to keep up to date with evolving housing options. In Theme 4, our ongoing priority is for our West Lincoln Community Centre and support programming relevant to the community's needs. The COVID-19 pandemic significantly impacted the implementation of new programming at our new community center and public library branches. Staff persevered and pivoted to the successful delivery of creative new virtual contests and lockdown challenges and modified programs such as a Family Day virtual magic show, Easter take-home kits and virtual scavenger hunt, a March break camp with daily virtual activities, a Niagara-wide joint virtual Canada Day celebration, and Canada Day take-home kits. Niagara Region Public Health utilized the gymnasium space in the community center for a COVID-19 vaccination site during 2021. Staff worked hard to pivot and incorporate all required safety measures, and when facilities were permitted to open, they executed a number of widely successful community events and initiatives, including Harvest Roots, summer camp, fitness programs, drop-in programs, a sports ball partnership, successful seniors community grant programs such as Tai Chi, gentle yoga, games and crafts workshops. A new series of community events in partnership with the library are underway to commemorate the 2022 as the Year of the Garden. We had an incredible candidate festival, including vendors, fun zones, interactive entertainment, a magic show, a fire show, a musical performance by Eric Ethbridge, and a spectacular fireworks display. And the West Lincoln leg of the torch relay in partnership with the Niagara 2022 Canada Summer Games, which tied into the return of the Music in the Park event, also occurred. Library staff was also quick to adjust, incorporating virtual aspects into their programming such as health and diet workshops, book and author presentations, book clubs, and crafting and knitting groups, etc. In-house programming resumed at all library branches once permitted, following all the COVID-19 safety protocols. Upcoming events include Canada Games 13 for 13 event, Movies in the Park, and the return of Harvest Roots. And while Mike Holmes and his company was in town rebuilding Fort's Smithville facility, the township provided free space to Fort so that the program could continue without a break. Our short-term initiatives focus on improving local parks and trails and exploring new opportunities for programming and sports events, and reinvigorating community halls, particularly in Wellandport and in Caister. 2020, the Smithville Square Parkette was completed, providing a gathering place for residents and visitors in the downtown core. A bike fix-it station was donated by the St. Martin's School and installed in the Smithville Square Parkette in 2021. Trails and parks were included in all new development reports, and staff is continuously looking at new trails to expand the walkability of Smithville through development applications. A new playground is installed at the Caisterville Library, and there's a new band shell located at the West Lincoln Community Centre, and musical performances have commenced during the West Lincoln Farmers Market and will continue with our upcoming Music in the Park events. 1,500 trees of 8 different varieties were planted in partnership with the Smithville Christian High School, the NPCA, and Landcare Niagara on 1.9 acres of township-owned property north of Anastasia Park. The tree replacement program is now substantially complete, with 1,813 trees now planted on West Lincoln's properties that were impacted by the wind project. And an additional lot of trees is being held until the fall season due to the current dry conditions. The final impending planting will bring the grand total of more than 2,050 trees planted. The 2022 capital budget includes improvements to both the Wellandport and the Caister community centres. $20,000 for HVAC at the Wellandport Hall and $40,000 for the new septic system at the Caister Community Centre. The cemetery and hall boards received grants totaling $15,500 to help with repairs, maintenance, and equipment. Our medium-term initiative was to establish a farmers market. In 2021, we received RED funding to kickstart a 2-year farmers market pilot project. Quickly hired our experienced farmers market coordinator and were able to launch the West Lincoln's Farmers Market in 2021, delivering 12 weeks of Friday markets plus a winter market. Held a special Easter market this year, and our regular Friday weekly farmers markets returned for the 2022 season in May. In Theme 5, our short-term initiatives are to build a new fire station number 2, collaborate to ensure the redevelopment of the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, and updating the Public Works building and yard. Tender for the new Fire Station 2 has been completed, and Council approved and awarded the construction contract to Niacon Construction. Just last month, we held a ceremony to celebrate the official groundbreaking. Effective advocacy by the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital Foundation, Grimsby, Lincoln, and West Lincoln resulted in regional approval of funding as part of the local contribution requirement for the new West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. The township approved a dedicated tax levy to ensure the township funding targets towards the hospital were met. And on April 29th of this year, the ground was officially broken for the construction of the new West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. We were lucky to receive an ISIP grant for improvements to the Public Works yard. This includes improvements to the HVAC and exhaust system, LED lighting upgrades, new garage bay doors, structural repairs to the interior wash bay walls, new flooring in the office areas, and that work is now complete. Other initiatives that were not specifically directed to do but help with this theme include I represent the small rural municipalities on the Community Safety and Well-Being Advisory Committee that the region runs. We are continually working on 911 compliance with our street names. Council approved a speed limit review policy to provide guidance to public works staff undertaking an engineering review of roads to establish whether or not the speed limit is appropriate. With FCM funding, we completed our plan to mitigate the impacts of weather, sometimes called our climate change plan. The corporate green team is tasked with ensuring recommendations are implemented. We ensured the careful demolition and removal of the former Caister Baptist Church to ensure community and property safety. We reported to Health Canada on cannabis enforcement issues and proceeded with an injunction on illegal cannabis operations. We are participating in the Emily Project, which is a 911 sign blade initiative for vacant farmland. We are carrying out environmental monitoring of the former Caisterville gas station, working with Standpack and community members to address the ongoing noise complaint, and working with community groups and the NPCA on invasive species cleanup in the Welland River. Our medium-term initiative is all about improving pedestrian safety. Staff has significantly conducted traffic studies and implemented many improvements on West Lincoln roads and intersections to address safety concerns, including a 4-way stop at Industrial Park Road and Spring Creek Road. A 2-way stop on Georgia Caucus Drive was moved to Oakville Boulevard. Sidewalk repairs on John Street and a new sidewalk connecting to the Caisterville Library where it was installed. There's a new no parking zone on the south side of Gateway Avenue between Creekview Drive and South Grimsby Road 6, and parking restrictions on Culver Street by the Smithville Public School. Also, there's a new plan designated pedestrian crossing near Dennis Drive to cross the Regional Road 20. Conditions of approval have been assigned on subdivision developments requiring new off-road trails and on-street traffic calming measures. Staff continue to work with the Niagara region to establish pedestrian crossings on regional roads to provide a safer and more walkable downtown core. Our long-term initiative under this theme is to advocate for a physician recruitment strategy. Included within the Hamilton Health Sciences Plan for the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital is a strategy to recruit physicians. The township continues to actively support these plans. Theme 6, our ongoing priority is to complete an asset management plan prioritizing investments and balancing service levels with fiscal sustainability. In 2020, a GIS asset management coordinator was hired. A risk framework assessment was completed for all asset categories, and the development of a life cycle activity and level of service framework began. By the end of 2021, the asset management database and our GIS systems were updated with sidewalks and bridges and accurate roads, parks, and sanitary sewer data. The asset management plan has now been completed, meeting the July 1st, 2022 requirement. An additional ongoing priority presented itself due to COVID-19, and that was the business continuity planning activities during the pandemic. I've already spoken about how staff has had to pivot and adapt to new requirements and safety protocols at our facilities, along with the events and programs that were modified. There are many other undertakings that staff have accomplished throughout the pandemic to ensure the continued service to our residents. These are definitely worth mentioning as well. We have new, secure work-from-home technology. We've implemented and adjusted safety measures, screening signage, and additional screening personnel. Policies and bylaws are in place for mask wearing, policies for staff and public, electronic meetings, public participation in electronic meetings, confidential matters held by Zoom, switching to hybrid meetings, and a mandatory COVID-19 vaccination policy. We changed the procedural bylaw to allow electronic council and committee meetings, and we're now live streaming meetings. Our short-term initiatives focus on modernizing service delivery through new software and programs and investigating improved branding, increasing communication with residents, and promoting local activities, attractions, and events. Through our new website, which was launched in 2020, the public can make requests, submit information, and report concerns online. Acknowledgement statement was created and updated to be read at the beginning of each council and standing committee meeting. An Indigenous engagement page was added to the township website. A new website was also developed by the parade committee following the cancellation of the Christmas parade in 2020. The website helped to promote new and returning events and made it easier to complete and submit the necessary forms for participation. We have new interactive mapping, which provides public access to the township GIS data. New budget software was implemented in 2020 and was utilized in the preparation of the 2021 and 2022 budgets, which included the release of the open book on the township website. And this is a place where the public can easily understand our budget. We have online timesheet entry, which is implemented to streamline payroll processing. The West Lincoln Public Library implemented Evergreen to allow streamlined access to the library catalog and facilities partnered with Link. Annual meeting management process was replaced with eScribe. A new information and privacy policy was created. The practice of water shutoffs was discontinued and the water arrears collection process was streamlined. Planning, Committee of Adjustment, and building permit fees were reviewed and increased to cover the operating costs. We are in the process of implementing Interact e-transfer payment services for non-water, non-tax payments. A new bylaw was adopted to regulate open-air fires, and a new easy online permit application process is on the website. The Finance Department was approved for a provincial grant for its digital modernization project, and to date, this has resulted in the implementation of Caseware software, which automates the preparation of the annual financial statements and the installation and implementation of cloud-based water meter reading software. Staff is working on eSend features and the virtual City Hall portal, which has a target launch date of September 2022. Our Information Technology Department has issued an RFP for a new phone system and are in the process of taking the steps to recommend and implement a new system. Improvements have also been made to key finance communication tools, namely the creation of a budget informational video, a budget survey, and updates to the tax bill and water bill inserts. These updates provide key information in an easier to understand format. Internet voting is being implemented for the upcoming 2022 municipal election. A disconnecting from work policy has been recreated as required by the province. The township's social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, have seen consistent branding and increased communication. Greater productivity has resulted in increased public engagement. When compared to the last 5 months of 2021, the beginning of 2022 has seen more information and content shared with the public. The number of posts is up by 17%. Our following is growing, with 2022 so far seeing a 27% increase in followers. And finally, our content is reaching more people. Our post reach is up by 21%. Thanks to the implementation of live streaming, the updated information on the Township website, and the consistent promotion of meetings on social media, the Township's YouTube channel has seen a 228% increase in views. Our other efficiencies include: I represent the Township on the Regional Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities Working Group. We have made an adjustment to our septic permit fees. We have a new corporate flag policy with a streamlined flag raising request process. We've updated all our non-union job descriptions. We've introduced budget amendment tracking system and regular reporting requirements. We've enhanced security through firewall replacement. We've renewed our agreement with the Niagara Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and Humane Society. We were audited to ensure compliance under the AODA Act, and this includes updates to the Township's accessibility webpage. We have a new council remuneration bylaw and council expense policy. More than 30 proposed planning and building applications so far in 2022. We had 84 bylaw complaints so far in 2022, and we've increased our planning and building fees to help cover costs on the user pay basis. Our long-term initiatives talk about streamlining customer service to ensure response resolution and the exploration of systems and approaches to scale service delivery as the community grows. New online forms have been implemented across all township departments. We've been able to increase our staffing in many areas thanks to Council's approval to tackle increased demands. A part-time position in the Finance Department was replaced with a full-time position. We added a third water and wastewater operator. We have a new GIS asset management coordinator. We have a new communications specialist. We were able to hire an elections assistant, and an HR generalist will be hired in the fall. In addition, we were able to extend our IT with the addition of a new part-time IT position. The Township's refreshment cart licensing bylaw was amended, delegating authority to the clerk to approve licenses. Overnight parking enforcement was modernized to snow events and advisories. The alignment of the AMPS hearing officer with all the other municipalities provides efficiencies. The Planning Department reorganization is being considered and will be part of a staff report to committee with a proposed partnership with the landowners group. As you've just heard in great detail, I'm really proud to report that we've made excellent progress on all the initiatives and the many projects that we've completed. So what's next? So I know that was a lot of information, and I appreciate your patience. It was a lot of work, and you should be really, really proud of the fact that you are committed to the corporate plan and carried through with the corporate plan, and it really helped us stay focused. So while we worked through the pandemic, we've certainly developed a lot of skills that are going to help us respond to any emergency or issue that may come upon us. But on top of that, we're going to continue to keep working this plan, and with the new council in place, we're going to update the plan and keep making things happen in support of the community, the residents, and the businesses of West Lincoln.
Very well. Madam CAO, you can take a sip of water. That was quite a mouthful.
I took many sips of water being doing that.
Yeah. So very well done. That was for our information, but of course, as usual, we'll allow council if they have any questions or comments that they'd like to make. It was really overwhelming, and actually, when you add it all up, I could nod each time, and in the long stream of things, it's quite a long breath. Any councillors wishing to add to that? Councillor Ganane.
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say how impressed I am that even the race that just happened, or the torch carrying that just happened this past Friday with the two of you, was added into that video. So well done. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor. Any councillors in the gallery? I see none. Councillor Riley, go ahead, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was just getting a light there, so you can actually see my face. Yeah, I guess just I won't belabor this. Just want to thank our CAO for the presentation there, and staff who were all involved there. It's certainly been a long term. We accomplished, I think, a lot more than I think I even realized. It goes by in a blip there, right? So thank you for my first term here. Thank you for the guidance, the wisdom, and the excellent reporting, and even just seeing some of those major increases in even just our communication, social outreach, and all that stuff. That's incredible to see. 4 years ago, we didn't have half of that, if that 3/4. So I think that, this says a lot to the council and the staff that have, I think, done a pretty good job working together and making this successful.
I agree.
Okay. And seeing no further, and once again, Madam CAO, on behalf of all the council, thank you so much for your contribution to this, and for making us all feel good. We all want links to this as we run our re-elections. So moving right along, I'm going to call upon Regional Councillor Witteveen to make some comments this time.
Thank you, Mayor. And that was great to see that long-term strategic plan from the CAO. I enjoyed that also. So I'll be quick here to move things along. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the public. I'd like to start this evening by sharing an event I attended in our community. Big Country Raw on July the 9th celebrated 10 years of business in our community. Rob and Geraldine Brower started this home-based business by making raw pet food for themselves and dog breeders. Over the course of many years, the demand increased and many customers far and wide. Big Country Raw, is a number of years ago, outgrew the farm-based location and established now, where most of us know, the existing production facility is over at Spring Creek Industrial Road. Big Country Raw now services raw pet food from coast to Canada, and they're a strong employer and community supporter in West Lincoln. Last year, they were given the recognition of being Canada's largest raw pet food provider. So, and many of you might have participated in the events on Saturday, where there was vendors for pets and people. So it was deemed a success by their owners, and they look forward to the continued growth and commitment in the industry in our local community. This is truly a success story for West Lincoln to celebrate. Now for some regional updates. The Niagara Region's working on its developmental bylaw update to be implemented for the next 5 years. The deadline for this completion for implementation is for late August of this year. Much discussion that has come out of this proposed bylaw was taking away the agriculture exemption and also the exemption on religious institutes. So during committee meetings, strong cases were made on the impacts of taking away these two exemptions as their key areas for Niagara. Discussions resulted in reinstating the exemptions for agriculture buildings and regions' religious institutions. All local area municipalities have had these exemptions in their developmental charge bylaws, so this will ensure continuity within Niagara region. At our Public Works meeting, highlight was that a project to replace a water main from Baker Road to Park Road be replaced with a new upsized pipe. Portions of this infrastructure have been upgraded, and this is the last piece to be done. This water supply is for South Grimsby, Beamsville, and Smithville. The pipe is being replaced with an old iron ductile water main from 1975. So this will be nicely complete the work, complement the work with the water storage on the top of Park Road. This shows that the region is committed to provide the necessary infrastructure to meet the growing demand for West Niagara. Later that day, I attended the Public Health and Community Service meeting. Highlights consisted a report showing the funding support for senior services here in Niagara. We receive about $8.3 million funded through the Minister of Long-Term Care. Financial pressures continue to provide the necessary services. So our strategy is to continue to lobby ministers at the upcoming AMO conference this August, and I'm sure other jurisdictions will be making the same requests. Something exciting that some of you might already have heard is the pilot project to assist EMS with taxis to service the less critical patients here in Niagara. In the first quarter of this year, this pilot managed to divert 200 ambulance rides, which then freed up services for actual emergencies. So to give you an idea, the cost of ambulance per patient costs around just over $1,000 per patient to be transported. So this pilot's being watched by other regions to see if it is a successful model to be replicated elsewhere. So we're grateful for our EMS staff and management for coming up with strategies that will provide these high level of care in Niagara. Also a quick update on our region mental health telemedicine services. We've had 2 nurses employed over the last year, and each nurse services 1,800 clients a year. So we've definitely seen an increase in this service, and we'll be monitoring it to make sure that we have adequate staff for this important service for our residents. And lastly, I attended the Planning Economic Development Committee, which I vice chair. The great news after COVID delays, we're excited to host our Canada Summer Games here in Niagara with the opening ceremonies on August the 6th and closing on the 21st. And much of the work has gone into this great event for Niagara, but most exciting was our pairing up here at West Lincoln, as we saw in the plan with Saskatchewan, and the mayor doing that on August the 8th. So that's exciting news. So we look forward to sharing that event with Saskatchewan on August the 8th in our community. So again, thank you for the opportunity to share my engagement in the Niagara region on behalf of the residents of West Lincoln. If any members of council have any questions to report, I will answer them to the best of my abilities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Regional Councillor Witteveen. Any comments or questions from members of the committee? Or council, actually, tonight we're council. I see none. Thank you very much once again for your thoroughness, and I appreciate your ability to doubly represent West Lincoln at the region. Moving forward, we have confirmation of minutes, public meeting under the Planning Act, minutes of June 27. Councillor Riley, I believe you have that resolution.
I do, Mr. Mayor. Move that the minutes of the public meeting. Let me take a step back. I should probably say public meetings on the Planning Act 9.1. Minutes of June 27th. Moved by myself that minutes of the planning meeting held on June 27, 2022 under sections 17 of the Planning Act with respect to official plan amendment OPA number 63 for Smithville Master Community Plan secondary plan be accepted.
Okay, and can I get a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Gannan. I'm going to ask, are there any comments, questions, or items to be pulled? I see none, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that has carried. Thank you very much. Moving right along, we have the council minutes regular for June 27th with the confidential minutes under separate cover. Councillor Gannan, I believe you have that resolution.
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Moved by myself that the minutes of the open session portion of the June 27th, 2022 regular council meeting be accepted. And 2, that the confidential minutes relating to the closed session portion of the June 27th, 2022 regular council meeting be accepted, and that the minutes remain confidential and restricted from public disclosure in accordance with exemptions provided in section 239 of the Municipal Act.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I get a seconder, please? And I see Councillor Bradrick. Thank you so much. And are there any comments, questions, or items that would like to be pulled? I see none, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. At this time, there are no communications, so I'm going to provide a couple of remarks. The first one that I wanted to talk about was, and there's been some comments about, there's going to be a little bit of overlap here, but I think it was a very, very special day for West Lincoln. On Friday, we had the Torch Relay, which is our component of the Torch Run that's happening across Canada, but also more specifically here in the Niagara region. And I was able to run successfully alongside, or in my part, in the relay, as did Madam CAO, as well as many members of our community. I think there was a couple of really neat how would you say, conjunctions. And the first was that we were able to run from our Leisureplex and move all the way to our new, our community center, which is quickly becoming quite a hub. The conjunction there was with the farmers market, so there were a lot of people in attendance, and I think that was a very neat opportunity as well. The second conjunction, and probably more significantly for our community, was the opportunity to have our first acts on the new band shell. And so there were two, and we kind of enjoyed both of them immensely. There were a lot of people in attendance. I did see other councillors there, and I think what we have was really a neat day, and it's starting to look a lot like normal in terms of our community events and the market and all these things are coming together. I'm going to leave. I was going to say something quickly about the upcoming West Lincoln Chamber event, but I'm going to let either Councillors Jonker or Councillors Gannan so I won't steal their thunder. And then the other thing, and it was alluded to and mentioned by Regional Councillor Witteveen, that before our next meeting, we will be in the middle of our Canada Games. So the Torch, of course, is leading to that and suggesting that. And so, we're excited for the opening ceremonies, as well as the 13 for 13 event that is scheduled for, I had it down here, that's the August the 8th. So the opening ceremonies are on the 6th, and August the 8th is our 13 for 13. So looking forward to that. Everybody put that in their calendars. Other than that, I think it's appropriate this time to wish everybody on council a safe and productive summer. Very thankful today for the rain. My rain gauge, I got 2 1/4, and I think I speak on behalf of the residents as well, say that was very refreshing. And so I wish all the residents as well a safe and happy remaining month of July and first half of August until we meet again. But we do have a bit of a break. So with that, I don't know if there's any comments or questions that people would like to tag on or ask me. Seeing none, then I'm going to move forward. And there are no reports of committee this evening because, of course, this is an all committees meeting. So there is item for reconsideration there, as well as the motion to rescind. So we move to consent agenda items. And Councillor Trombetta, you have a resolution for consent agenda this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hold on, just let me get my spot here. Kind of slid down the pathway here, yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself that items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 be hereby for information, and that 6, 7 are hereby received, and that the recommendations therein be adopted with the exceptions of, and I'm not seeing any.
Okay, are there any items that need to be pulled? I'm going to request that items 6 and 7 be pulled. So I will do items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will relinquish the chair to Councillor Trombetta so that I can speak on items 6 and 7 when they are properly put before us. So I would like to pull items 6 and 7, Madam Clerk, but we will at this time ask for a seconder on items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Councillor Jonker, thank you. Any comments or questions or any other items that wish to be pulled on the first 5? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried, Madam Clerk. So I'm going to hand the floor now to Councillor Trombetta.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll accept that. Okay, Mr. Mayor, you did pull item number 6 and also number 7.
That's correct.
So I don't need a seconder at the moment, or do I, Madam Clerk? Seconder, yeah. Councillor Riley for number 6. Do you want to lump them together, or just a seconder, or no? Just keep a vote on them separate. So I have a seconder for item number 6 to be pulled. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor. The floor is yours.
Okay. Yeah. No. I just wanted to. I wanted to make a comment with respect to our accumulated operating surplus, and maybe it's a bit of an acknowledgement. You know, we have quite a substantial closing balance of $886, almost $887,000. We've approved a $150,000 transfer. Just a comment at this point, and that is that it's quite high. We've got near $1 million in there. I guess maybe if you really round it up high. I wanted to, I guess this is a kind of a counterpoint to something that was made earlier in the year, and I want to highlight. The roads department realized a savings of $164,259, and about a year and a half ago, I was called out by Councillor Rayner about our roads and why we weren't paving them yet. And earlier in this council, it was determined by the council to remove that item, the paving. Of course, the people voted the way that they did. I think it's kind of unfortunate that we did stop paving, because I think it was it's a good time, and we had the money to do that. We could have proceeded quite safely without jeopardizing our budget. So I just wanted to get that comment. It was just a comment about the fact that we have quite a contingency reserve. We're not in the business of saving and making a savings account. So I think that just kind of note to council that I think we can be a little bit more, I guess, be aware of the fact that account, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, is getting quite high. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead, Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just through you, I understand what the mayor is saying, and I think it's very important to ensure that we provide some clarity to this messaging. In no way are we just sitting on money. We actually have a lot of reserves that aren't fully filled. If we have a bridge that goes down, or a culvert that needs immediate replacing, we're running right to the tax base. This here is there for that urgency, should that emergency arise. I think, since the mayor brought it up, as far as this last budget, we like to give everybody roads. We like to give everybody everything. Unfortunately, we're in a pandemic. People are still recovering. It's great that we have the money here. I'm not a firm believer in just spend it because we have it. Personally, I think there's an opportunity here for us to invest, to leverage, and to do what's necessary for the community. And we identified the roads that need to be addressed urgently. And I believe in the years to come, whether I'm part of the council or any of us are part of the council, they're going to be able to have that to build on, and hopefully they're going to be able to manage and steer the community through that. But I certainly. I understand his concerns. I don't think council, at least the will of council, did anything wrong other than just looking at the bottom line of what it was going to cost the taxpayers. Should be gone forward some of those decisions. There's always things that get left on the floor and they're addressed in following terms or following years, and that was just it. So I don't think, as much as I hear what he's saying, it's not like we're just rolling in the money. We have one big reserve there that's there for like a worst case scenario, and we just lived through one over the last 2 years, anyways. And there was a few times where it would have been nice to have a little something here and there, but we had to buckle down and focus on our absolute needs. And I know everyone's opinion when it comes to roads that they need to be addressed. And trust me, my road's just as bad as some of the other ones out there too. And myself and my neighbors, we understand that at some point it will be dealt with. Unfortunately, right now is not the time.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Gannan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add to that. And, a surplus isn't a surplus until the books have been audited, and then we know what's left over. And although that does sound like a fair bit of money, there is sort of a small pocket in many, many departments that add up to that. We also know that we needed to draw from some of those reserves a little bit more than we planned for the fire hall that's going in Caister. And we just willingly did that because we knew we needed to do that. So if these extra funds that are left over after the audit help to replenish what we needed to use, then I think that, further to what Councillor Riley was saying, it's money well spent. But in terms of saying that we should have paved a road or we should have did something else with that money, we did not know we had that until we reached the end of the year. And so I think we have to recognize that a budget sets what we think it's going to cost us. And then at the end of the year, we find out whether we were over or under, or whether we've had to deal with the money differently. So just a point about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gannan. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
And once again, I just want to state, for the record again, that, I am in agreement, I guess, in the general terms of a council. We work together as a council. These are decisions we make as a council. But just to follow up with what Councillor Riley, kind of alluded to, we just came through, the pandemic and there were expenses. I think in a general trend, though, this number is increasing. And it would make sense that if it had gone down, to kind of mitigate some of the costs that we've experienced, in particular with the pandemic, that would be very reasonable. We would all say, hey, that was necessary. But I do believe that, it tends to grow and it's getting higher, and fully appreciating what Councillor Gannan has said and what Councillor Riley has said. I was only stating an opinion that this number does seem to be getting high, and I don't know if it's wise or not, but in my opinion, it's high. And that's all I was trying to say, Mr. Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Riley, or actually I'll go to Madam CAO first. Go ahead, Madam CAO.
Thank you. To you, Chair Trombetta, to Mayor Bylsma. Can you just help me explain, or can you help to clarify your comments? The surplus isn't necessarily is not attributable to the Vaughan Road. It's operational savings. Okay, just to
I know, and I guess without getting into the weeds or anything like that, I think from time to time it's okay to kind of state in general terms, this is coming forward at this time, and maybe there's more fulsome discussion about what's an appropriate size contingency reserve with respect to the overall budget. And, I think it was stated earlier that our overall budget was about 18 million. I don't know what that, if that's the number that you should compare as a percentage to, or what other municipalities are doing. with respect to the contingency reserve or the surplus. I'm just postulating an opinion that 800 and basically almost $870 million. If we do our numbers about how many percent of a
sorry, Mr. Mayor, you might
my
want to
apologies.
that number.
Sorry.
Did you say $870 million?
Hold on, Councilor Riley, through the chair.
Riley,
If there's an order, then you can call that, and then we can go through the chair. So, Mr. Mayor.
No, there's no order. I just.
My apologies, Councilor Riley.
So
Mr. a little slip.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
I see Mrs. DeFilippis. Hold on, gentlemen. I see Mrs. DeFilippis had her hand up, so I'd like to go to Mrs.
I'd like to just complete
DeFilippis.
my comment, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor, real quickly.
I just wanted to say that I don't know if there's policies around what an acceptable range is for a surplus, but $870,000 represents a significant percentage of our annual. Like we go, I think we're about 90%. $90,000 is 1% of our budget. And I'm just expressing the concern because it's come forward at this time that perhaps that we could consider that in our deliberations when we go to budget, in a half a year. So that was all.
Thank you. Director of Finance?
Yes, through you, Councillor Trombetta. There's just a few items, if I may just clarify regarding this report, and I welcome a chance to discuss it. First of all, the accumulated surplus includes $150,000 of previous year surplus that Council already approved to use in the 2022 budget. So surpluses are used in budgets. We're also recommending that $150,000 be used in the 2023 budget to avoid fluctuations. In the roads department is made up of lots of different service areas. It's just not roads. It also is roadside maintenance. There's savings. It was in utilities, fuel, consulting, training. Again, in 2021, because of the COVID pandemic, and because there was a lot of uncertainty as to whether or not we would get any funding from the province, staff continued to really watch expenditure. You'll see that in governance and corporate services as well. If we didn't have to spend it, we were very careful because we weren't sure if we would get any money from the province. Another item that really led to this surplus is interest revenue. That's not something we budget for. We budget very conservatively with that because, as you know, the markets are really out of our control. So when we do the annual budget, that gets started in October, November. Then it gets past, January, February. At that point of time, unfortunately, we don't know what the bottom line will look like for the previous year. You will recall that if we know there are going to be savings, we do recommend to council to transfer some money to reserves, which you did in the 2022 budget. And that allowed us to reduce some of our transfers to reserves, which helped reduce the tax levy. So I just hope this clarifies for council some of the items regarding the accumulated surplus. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
And then
sorry, I still had Councillor Riley as well, Mr. Mayor. I know,
but I did have the floor, so.
No, you didn't.
You said you were all finished, Mr. Mayor. You said they had no more comments. So you can go, I'll go back to you. That's no problem. Go ahead, Councillor Riley.
I'll let the mayor finish, but procedurally, you came to me and then you went, hold on, I'll go to the CAO, and then.
So first off, I'm going to interject to everybody here. This is the second time this evening, and again, I'm going to go to you, Mr. Mayor, that this is under consent agenda item, which are non-controversial. Okay, so by right, and you've said it to me in the past, these are under consent agenda items. We are going out of the norm as we are usually going. And this is the second time this evening. So I don't understand why. I understand silly season's upon us. We need to pull stuff and make some statements. I get it. But again, this is and it states there in the consent agenda item paragraph, and maybe you need to reread that as these are non-controversial items, and it has become very controversial right now. So I'd again request that you make your comments, sum them up, and we can move forward. Thank you.
Okay, so the first thing I wanted to say is I thank you, the Director of Finance, for providing clarity. And again, I was trying to, and then I'll address the comment that you just made, Mr. Chair. Simply, they are considered is a very key word, considered non-controversial and can be dealt with one. Any one of these items, and the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, but any one of these can be pulled for further discussion, controversial or otherwise.
Well, that's not the way it happened before, Mr. Mayor. You know that.
Madam Clerk, can these be pulled for a conversation?
Yeah, let's go to Madam Clerk.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Mayor. The items are normally considered to be non-controversial, and why they're in the consent agenda item as basically be more than one or two items on the agenda, on that consent agenda. But when there is an item that someone wishes to pull to make further comment or ask questions, they can be pulled at that time and required the councillors to make those comments and or questions at that time.
And which questions are allowed? It's just not supposed to be controversial. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and we also have the opportunity to vote against them, and which necessarily makes them somewhat controversial.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So all I wanted to do, this is a big thing. It was a report of $870,000, and I just wanted to make a comment on it. That, in my opinion, it's getting a little high. I don't know if there's standards. I was asking. I got some explanations, and all I wanted to do was just say, make a comment on the fact that, that maybe what I'm saying is it's a little bit more than non-controversial. It could be slightly controversial, and that's all I was trying to address. And this time, I will say I have no further comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The comment is warranted. Just the controversy is not what I wanted to see. Go ahead, Councillor Riley.
Thank you. And I'll try to be as brief as possible. Again, and I apologize, Mr. Chair. I know the mayor misspoke and said 870 million versus 870,000. I think that maybe even indirectly or accidentally made it a little bit more controversial right from the kicker. But I just want to mention, I understand what the mayor's saying. I think we all understand what the mayor's saying. I think the other thing that we kind of sometimes forget about, as our Director of Finance mentions, there's certain things that are already spoken for that might not have been transferred. On top of that, I'm sure you guys have seen the price of everything. If anything, that $800,000 might not be enough. Considering what inflation is looking like right now, and Bank of Canada keeps raising its rate, and almost indirectly smoking people out of their own homes that they own. So again, I think we have to be smart. We have to be proactive. And I think what we have here before us is, what staff has presented. I don't think it needed to go this way, but here we are. And so I just wanted to make that last note, just based on what the mayor was talking about. It has concerns about how high it is.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Any other comments for this item on number 6? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that carries.
Councillor Chambada?
Yes.
Can I just ask who seconded the motion? I'm sorry.
I thought it was Councillor Riley that seconded that motion.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I had him as moving. Sorry. Thank you.
No problem.
I move.
Thank you. So I have the number. So that's completed. Moving on to number 7. It's moved to Mr. Mayor, pulled number 7. I need a seconder to pull number 7. And that's also seconded by Councillor Riley. The floor is yours, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so just to back up here, let me just give me a second here and pull this one up in my notes. So this is a draft bylaw amendment with respect to our sign bylaw, and there's an amendment made to include. Let me just back up here. Okay, I just lost my. Hang on, the amendment. Here we go. Oh shoot, okay, basically, I had some questions, and I'm going to do this from memory because I can't seem to find where I had this. But basically, the amendment is stating that the CBO will have a type of jurisdiction to govern the appropriateness of signs. And I'm in the main. I understand the gist of it. Unfortunately, we're living in a culture that tends to be a little bit more polarized these days. So I would like a bit of an explanation on the impetus behind this, what's initiating this, and then I would like also in that a question about what is referring to as a sign, and maybe that's in the definition of under definitions in the bylaw, but just a clarification for those two.
No problem. I see this Madam CAO's hand up, so I'll turn to Madam CAO.
Thank you. Yes, through you, Chair Trombetta, to Mayor Bylsma. Just to clarify, this is removing a current ability that our CBO has, and we are taking it away. And I think you're reading it, I think what I heard is that you're reading it the other way around.
I was reading it the other way around. Okay, because it was just kind of in its isolation there. And okay.
And I mean, it was a good report, and it was short, and it explained. But when I heard you, I thought
Yes,
before it went farther, I wanted to make sure you were clear on that.
It is stated there in the conclusion, the recommendation signed bylaw 2054 be amended to remove the section 2.115. The balance of bylaw is current and sufficient for enforcement.
Thank you. I'm glad I asked for that clarification because I missed a knot. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No further.
It's in the agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah,
Next.
I know.
Call the vote on number 7. All those in favor?
You're getting in the hot spot, eh, Cup?
And that's carried.
Support.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Councillor Yonker. You're breaking up, but I'll turn the floor back over to the mayor. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I heard Councillor Jonker say support. That was all. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for sidestepping for a second there. We have our tabled item there for your perusal, and we move on to 5.3 recommendation report. Councillor Jonker, you have the resolution for 15.3.
Yes, moved by myself that report IT-01-2021 regarding the voice over IP communications replacement be received, and that number 2, that Niagara Regional Broadband Network Limited be awarded the contract to install and maintain a new telecommunication system for the Township of West Lincoln to replace the existing end-of-life system, and 3, that a bylaw be passed to authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into an agreement with Niagara Regional Broadband Network Limited.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I get a seconder for that resolution? Councillor Ganand, thank you very much. Any comments or questions?
Just a quick one.
Go ahead, Councillor John.
This is a local business, obviously.
Looks like it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Anybody
sorry,
have
my internet's not the greatest,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to point out it's. I'm guessing this is a local company, and that's good to see that we use local businesses when we can.
Thank you.
Am I correct in that?
I'm going to go to either Madam. I'm going to go to Madam CAO just to confirm that this is in fact a local in business.
Thank you very much for the question, Mayor Bylsma, but I'm going to, just to clarify, I'm fairly certain it is, but perhaps the treasurer could, or our IT manager could confirm, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it is a local company.
Great, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Okay, and that has carried. Thank you. Moving on to 15.4. Councillor Ganand, you have a resolution for 15.4.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself that recommendation report T-18-2022 regarding the 2021 draft financial statements and audit findings dated July 18th, 2022 be received. And 2, that the 2021 draft audited financial statements attached as Appendix A to this report be approved. And 3, that the 2021 audit findings report to council attached as Appendix B to this report be received.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I get a seconder for that? I'm going to see Councillor Bradrick. Thank you. Any comments or questions? Councillor Trombetta, is that your hand up? Go ahead, sir.
Oh, no, Mr. Mayor. No, mine wasn't.
Oh, okay. Okay. No problem. I see no other questions, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? And that is carried. Thank you. Moving right along, Councillor Riley, you have resolution 15-5.
I do, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so moved by myself that recommendation report PD 66-2022 regarding zoning bylaw amendments against file number 1601-008. Make sure that's an 8/8/22 dated July 18th, 2022 be received. And that the application for zoning bylaw amendment 1601-008-22 submitted by Jonathan and Crystal Sickens for 7330 Concession 3 Road be approved in accordance with the attached amending bylaw, and that no further public meeting is required for consideration of this bylaw in accordance with Section 3417 of the Planning Act.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Rayner. And I'm going to ask, are there any questions or comments? I see Councillor, I'm going to go Councillor Jonker, Councillor Trombetta. Go ahead, Councillor Jonker.
Yeah, I just wanted to double clarify. I know in our last meeting, we did discuss a little bit about that, the barn that is on the property, and that the Committee of Administration had approved it as it was. And I guess the question is through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Bourma, are we not okay with that barn staying up? I kind of thought that's what we had discussed and thought was going to happen, but it does seem like, yeah, maybe I'm misreading something in here, but it does seem like that, that the staff is recommending that it be removed. Whereas I know the owner of the property is concerned that that's he's voiced some concerns there, and I kind of have the same ones. I think that was the barn that we thought might even be considered heritage, and thought we would consider saving it.
Through the chair, I can start, and then the director can finish anywhere that I have left off. But it was correct that the Committee of Adjustment, when we presented the report originally to the Committee of Adjustment for the severance, the Committee of Adjustment removed a condition that we had requested to remove the barn for 3 reasons mainly. One, the square footage of the barn was too large for the rural residential zoning. 2, the height of the barn was too high for rural residential zoning. And 3, having the barn on the property resulted in a much larger lot size than staff wished to have in that area. But since the Committee of Adjustment voted in favor of not removing the barn, staff have upheld their decision. Although we do believe that the barn may be too large for a rural residential property, we don't want to go against the Committee of Adjustment's decision. So in our staff report on the agenda for this evening, we have recommended that exceptions be made to allow both the larger barn and the detached garage on the rural residential property. And we've written so that both of those buildings can remain.
Great.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add to that, if that would be okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Director.
The The decision of the committee to approve the larger lot size that included the barn is in effect because we did not, as staff, bring a report to this committee and council recommending any appeal of their decision. The only way that we could have altered the decision of the committee is if we had asked council to support an appeal of their decision, and we never did that. So I'm somewhat curious as to why this issue keeps coming up. Our staff report is clear. It's not what we preferred, but we're recommending proceeding based on the decision of the committee. So it seems to keep coming up, and it's not staff that's doing it, just for the record.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trevel. Councillor Jonker, you do actually have the floor still.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I guess then I obviously there is some confusion with communications because the seconds did call me and I think a couple other councillors to try to understand what was going on, and I guess but yeah, as I look forward and look deeper into it, I do see that at the end. So these buildings are going to be approved to stay as they are, which I'm glad to see. So thank you.
Okay.
And yeah, sorry staff if as councillors we miss reading some stuff. It does sometimes get lost in the you're mentioning one thing and down at the end you say we are recommending approval of it, and yet we don't see it as clear as sometimes, and that's not your fault, it's ours. Thank you.
Mr. Director, go ahead.
I'm going to say something that the CAO really needs to probably speak to as well. It would be beneficial for councillors to give staff a heads up about approaches from applicants, so that we know what's going on and we can maybe clarify the record before we get to the meetings. I just say that because it would seem helpful, I think.
Fair enough. Councillor Trebetta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through Mr. Mayor, I think what's happened here at the it does happen sometimes at the late hour. We do get calls from residents, Mr. Trevel. Obviously we don't. Sometimes you don't hear from people through the weekend or during the week, but you know how it works. A half an hour before the meeting, your phone is ringing on. Sometimes on your way to meetings. Garrett did clarify the issue there. So. And it actually does say it in the report, but there was, I guess, a little bit of confusion, I guess, that the resident did have, and he did reach out to some councillors. So I'm glad everything went well, and we'll just keep moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and then Councillor Rayner, you had flagged.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've seen the barn. I've been in the barn. It's called a big barn, but to me, it's a very small barn. But it is, my barns were 10 times that size. But anyways, it is very old. It was built in the 1800s. It's all humed beams in there. It's had better days. It's been used as an implement shed now. But really, to me, the report, as Councillor Jonker mentioned, there was mentioning from staff saying they wanted the barn down, and that kept coming up. But the other thing that was mentioned clearly was that the Committee of Adjustment decision was respected by staff, and therefore it's approved that the barn stands. So I guess that's how it is right now, and that's the way it will be. So I think it's as simple as that.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments or questions? Then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. That was 15-5, so 15-6. We move forward. Councillor Bradrick, you have the resolution for 15-6.
Yes, sir, I do. Thank you. I apologize. I don't have my page in front of me. I was scrolling down reading that most recent review report, so now I'm just scrolling back up.
No problem.
Thank you.
Take your time.
That the recommendation report PD 67-2022 regarding zoning bylaw amendment B and A Heaslip Farms Limited 3976 Regional Road 20, file number 1601-006-2022 and 1601-007-2022 dated July 18th, 2022 be received, and that application for zoning bylaw amendment 1601-006-2022 and 1601-007-2022 submitted by Ben and Pam Heaslip for 3976 Regional Road 20 be approved in accordance with the attached amending bylaw, and that no further public meeting is required for the consideration of this bylaw in accordance with Section 34(17) of the Planning Act, and that staff be authorized to return a full zoning bylaw amendment fee to the applicants as 2 applications were submitted, but only 1 was required.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Can I get a seconder for this? Councillor Gannon, go ahead. And any comments or questions from any members of the council? Councillor Jonker, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, sorry. As per the Paul Griffin that had a presentation there.
No, wrong file.
Wrong file.
Oh, sorry. I'm ahead, ain't I?
Yeah, this is Heaslip.
He's up next on the list.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No problem.
I'm skipping ahead.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Any comments or questions on this one? 15-6. Go ahead, Councillor Rayner.
Yes, we've had a discussion earlier today about missed emails. I'm just wondering, is that the explanation for number 4? That they never got the email, so they made a second application? Since we're on that subject today. It's weird that you did 2 applications.
Well, it is very convoluted and a very long process, but I will let Director Treble to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't belabor this, but I think what happened, I wasn't directly involved in how this came about, but I'm pretty sure how it happened was it took 2 severances, so they assumed it would take 2 rezonings. I think it's as simple as that.
Okay.
That's clear. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to call the question at this time. Are there all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to 15-7. Councillor Rayner, you have the resolution for 15-7.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself that recommendation report PD 68-2022 regarding comprehensive zoning bylaw 2017-70 as amended. Housekeeping amendments number 6, file number 1601-03-22 dated July 18th, 2022 be received. And that 2, the application for zoning bylaw amendment 1601-003-22 submitted by the Township of West Lincoln be approved in accordance with the attached amending bylaw. And 3, that no further public meeting is required for the consideration of this bylaw in accordance with Section 34(17) of the Planning Act.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I get a seconder for that? And I see Councillor Riley. Go ahead. And are any comments or questions with respect to that? I'm going to go to Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the one, as Councillor Jonker brought up, that Mr. Griffin commented on earlier tonight. Is there anything you could say, Mr. Treble, with regards to trying to clarify this? Because I know there's been a lot of confusion and misinterpretation and a whole bunch of things, and hopefully we can get it resolved sometime tonight.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. First, I guess maybe let me start by saying I'm going to make an assumption here that the housekeeping bylaw, which tackles a number of different items as outlined in the report, I think generally is favorable, save and except for the discussion around the Griffin property on Spring Creek Road. So I think there's one issue left in this bylaw by the looks of it. So that's good news. We're making progress. And the bottom line is this in a nutshell. Mr. Griffin made a presentation tonight. Some statements he made were not accurate in my mind, but I'm not going to go into a banter back and forth. I'll just sort of explain where staff are and why we're recommending what we are. So just for a bit of history, in 2015, as part of the swap process, The back end of their farm that Paul gave the address as being 6008 Spring Creek Road was removed from the urban boundary. And as compensation for the removal of that area from the urban boundary, we gave them special agricultural commercial zoning that allowed for an ag commercial type business use potentially on that property, with the understanding in the discussions at that time that their family operated a business and had used part of that property for business purposes and wanted to continue to allow for the sort of the legal recognition of what they were doing and possible future expansions. Fast forward to 2017, and the township put in place the new zoning bylaw. They carried forward the text as Paul identified, but the mapping somehow was lost. So Paul then quoted a statement that I made to him on Friday, where the zoning doesn't exist on his property now. And so my point to him was that he needs this housekeeping amendment approved in order to get zoning back on his property. It was missed in 2017. I can point to a clause in the zoning bylaw, and Paul wants me to tell him which property it applies to. Well, it doesn't apply to any property in the township right now because it doesn't appear on any zoning map. I know which property it's supposed to apply to, and I think we all do, but without it showing on the mapping, I can't do a zoning compliance letter that says, well, it's in the text, but it's not over here. I'm going to make the assumption. I can't do that. That's not the way zoning works. So we're trying to correct it through this process. In this process, though, things have changed since 2015. We now have Conservation Authority mapping that shows that there is a significant PSW that crosses through the Griffin property. I don't know if you guys are aware of what the Griffin property is or not, but it's a piece of land that extends from Spring Creek Road all the way south to the railway track. And there's a great big swath through the middle that is an environmental feature. There's a small portion of worked land at Spring Creek Road, and there's a bigger chunk back by the railway. Through the urban boundary expansion study process, we now know the following. Level crossings of roads across CP rail will not be supported by CP unless we eliminate 2 crossings for every 1 we create. So to get access from the south, you're going to have to go above or below the railway track. That's not going to happen to service 1 business. So coming in from the south is not likely an option. Coming in from the west means that you have to get access to the property through the refractory lands on Industrial Park Road. The refractory has made it perfectly clear through the urban boundary expansion process that they want to be left alone. They do not want us to touch or bother them in any way. They will continue to do their business, but they don't want any interference. Coming in from the north, there's 2 options. There is the unopened road allowance along the east side of the property, but that extends through the wetland. And then there is also a driveway that they have constructed, the Griffins have constructed through their farm. The driveway through the farm looks like the only logical access point at this point to the property. So my concern is the following. We're granting zoning approval to a piece of land that I truly and honestly, as I sit here, don't really know how we're going to get road access to it. And I want to make sure that it's transparent and clear to any purchaser, since it now looks like the Griffins want to sell as opposed to develop themselves. I want to make sure it's clear to any purchaser that there are some challenges that go along with this. Granting zoning approval at the south end of the property with no frontage to a road or no clear access to a road of public purpose is what's causing me some concern. So we've added some language to the draft amending wording that's proposed to be put in this property, but it's not adding wording that requires anything further than would have been required in 2015. What we're saying basically, to be transparent, is that it will be required to develop based on site plan approval, and site plan approval will have to determine how access to the property is obtained. In 2015, site plan approval would have been required as well, but it wasn't as big a deal because the environmental mapping didn't exist that showed this great big PSW through the middle of the property. As I understand it, the driveway that's on the property was built sometime between 2002 and 2006. and has a culvert through the wetland. Does it have Conservation Authority approval? I highly doubt it does. Mr. Griffin made reference to a letter from 2015 that showed no issue. That's the rezoning comment from NPCA in 2015 that had no issue with the rezoning of the area at the south end for a commercial establishment. Nothing to do with whether or not it had legal access through the water course. So the issue, as I understand it, is Mr. Griffin is concerned with the additional wording that's been added since 2015. And in my mind, I feel I have an obligation to protect the township's interests and am therefore recommending some additional wording, which I would support or ask council to support in keeping on the bylaw and adding it to the wording of this property. So in the end, he gets the zoning on his property and language that's simply transparent and implements something that was required in 2015 anyway.
Okay, Councillor Rayner, you started the discussion. You still have the floor.
Thank you. Through to Mr. Treble. Brian, so would they not be the easiest way out of this thing was for them to get something from the Conservation Authority saying that the road with the culvert that is going through the PSW is acceptable to them?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's ultimately what they will need, but it's not really needed until the time of some sort of a site plan application. So we're saying that it'll be subject to site plan control in the draft wording, but that doesn't get triggered until they come in with a plan for the property. So they don't have to do it today. They can use the existing access presumably until the Conservation Authority gets wind of it and expresses concern. But as I said to Paul on Friday when I was meeting with him, if I were him, I'd argue that it was built as an agricultural crossing and was to provide access for agricultural equipment and whatnot. And hopefully there's some loophole and grandfathering clause that legalizes it, at least for the time being. But it might have to be upgraded and approved through proper permits at the time of a site plan.
Right, but it would be advantageous though at this time if you would want to seek their approval prior to applying for the site plan, because you know if you're applying for the site plan, it's going to be one of the things holding it up.
I've also got to assume through you, Mr. Mayor, that it would be beneficial to the Griffins to get that approval now so that it makes it easier to sell the property.
Exactly, that's my point. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rayner. And Councillor Riley, did you have a finger up or no? No, okay. Any other comments or questions with respect to this item?
Mr. Mayor, sorry, just for transparency, I had indicated to Paul on Friday that there was one tweak to the regulation section of the bylaw, which shows on page 362, that could be made for clarity purposes. And that was, if you pull up the regulation piece of section 4 on page 362, in the regulation piece it's highlighted. In the third line down, it says established and necessary. I'm suggesting we could add site plan before the word approvals and drop the S on approval. So it said established and necessary site plan approval obtained. For clarity purposes, that would make it clear that it is a site plan that will draw all of the approvals together. I had suggested that wording to Paul on Friday. He called back today to say that they were asking for more than that and that wasn't good enough for them. But it still, in my mind, is an improvement for clarity purposes. Whether council wants to make that amendment or not, I'll leave it up to them. But, you know, I've explained it to Paul that way, so.
Okay. Councillor Riley, now that's not a thumbs up, that's a finger up.
Yeah, that's a hand up, or I guess a finger. So I guess to you, to the director, would you like that change? Because if you would like that change, I certainly agree with it. So I have no problem bringing that forward.
Okay, yeah, so that's an amendment.
It would happen, Mr. Mayor. I would deflect to Joanne. I've talked to Joanne about it today, but I would suspect we would have to pull the bylaw later on. Maybe we have to actually amend it here too. I'm not sure.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Riley. I would suggest that we pull the bylaw at the time that we get to the bylaw section. and we make that amendment to the bylaw and then put it on the table as amended for consideration.
Okay, so at this time, we'll just proceed with this and then put an amendment we'll pull the bylaw at that time and we'll know what number it is at that time. Okay. Any other comments or questions? I'll just state for the record that Mr. Griffin did also reach out to me and express his concerns. I understand the simplicity of what he's asking in terms of the clarity. Unfortunately, in 15 years, things tend to get more bureaucratic. But if you're assuring me that that this is the way to go to achieve what Mr. Griffin wants, even though it tends to be a more bureaucratic position, I can, I guess, understand that. I'm always, I'm trying to do things as simply as possible. So,
yeah, if I may, Mr. Mayor, it may appear more bureaucratic, but really it's just being more transparent. The site plan process, as I said to Councillor Rayner earlier today when I was talking to him, the site plan process was required in 2015. We just didn't talk about it. It's required now, but we're talking about it so that we all know about it, and whatever purchaser purchases it knows about it as well. There's no difference to process. It's just transparency.
Okay. All right. And then that's fair enough. And thank you for that clarity. Councillor Rayner, you got your finger up. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Brian. And the thing was, if that site plan was done back in 2015, even though it wasn't noted at that time, they still would have revealed that there were wetlands, and the issue would have still had to be dealt with. Even though it wasn't transparent in 2015, became transparent now, the site plan would have revealed it, and it would have had to have been dealt with. Correct? Is that correct, Mr. Trouble?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
so I think that's what his concern was, that things have changed bureaucratically and made it more difficult, when in reality, it just wasn't mentioned back then, but it would have been part of the process regardless.
Okay, that's how I see it too. Any other councillors wishing to weigh in on this? Then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Moving on, I have 15.8. Councillor Trombetta, you have the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself the recommendation report PD 72-2022 regarding the official plan amendment number 62 2051 growth forecast and targets mapping of the Smithville urban boundary expansion. The lands and boundary adjustments in the hamlets of Abingdon, Casterville, Fulton, Bismarck, and Wellandport dated July 18, 2022 be received, and that the official plan amendment number 62 be adopted and the corresponding implementation bylaws be approved and passed, and that as per the Planning Act, no further public meeting is required, and that staff be authorized to circulate the notice of adopting the official plan amendment number 62 to the required agencies of the public, and to submit a copy of the official plan amendment number 62 to the region for approval, along with the required information record, with full force and effect occurring once the official plan number 62 has been approved by the region.
Okay, and I'm going to take Councillor Riley as a seconder then. Any comments or questions? This is the big 62. Go ahead, Councillor Gannan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So because we have dealt with this over and over again in so many different ways, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the team who've been working. So what came to my mind as I was reading through this again was the expression that it takes a village to raise a child. And the whole meaning behind this now is in my head was that it takes a small army to enlarge a community appropriately. And I think that this group that have been involved all the way along, the consulting team of AECOM and Wood, including Carl Greenis and Aaron Farrell and Steve Weaver and the rest of the staff involved from that perspective, our coordinator, Richard Van der Zand, and the landowners group led by Tony Miele and his staff, including Paul Lowe's and Adi Irani, along with the NPCA and the regional staff. There have been so many people involved in the appropriateness and the process that has brought this long time thing to a successful outcome in what is actually considered to be a short time. So for us, it's been our whole term of council that we've dealt with this from the beginning to end. But in the grand scheme of planning and urban boundary expansion, this has been a really streamlined process. And I think that on behalf of council, I just want to make sure that that team, multiple people on various teams, actually know that we really do appreciate the work that's been done on our behalf. So thank you to them.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And I think you would agree that the residents' participation in this process as well is also equally, beneficial in the sense we went to the public many, many times.
Absolutely. And when people ask about that, it's really important that the team realize how important that is to the residents here. Many have spoken about how pleased they were that they were involved in this process, and in different ways, different levels of involvement in different times. So from beginning to end, it's been done quite well. And I just actually reviewed not too long ago the original thing that we got, the timeline. And I think I had mentioned once before how close we were to that actual timeline in getting there. So, and also while I'm thanking everybody, kudos to Brian too for directing from his end, all the rest of that. So, it's just good to see that we're getting to this point. Thank you.
Okay, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Riley, Councillor Rayner. Go ahead, Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I echo Councillor Ganan's comments there. There's probably not too many more people I could thank that she wasn't able to cover already. I think in explaining this and expressing this to the community, I don't think anybody will really truly appreciate the blood, sweat, and tears poured into this through this crew and this team of people, because again, this is something enormous. And so again, just to echo Councillor Ganan's, I thank you to everyone who made this happen, who made this possible, and could just imagine the copious amounts of emails and phone calls and the amount of communication that would have taken place and all the little pieces that we sometimes take for granted. Council, by the time it comes to us, it's already been beaten, battened, bruised, right? So for us, we get to sit back a little bit more and make a decision one way or another. So anyways, thank you to everybody. Hopefully Brian and our CAO as well. So both our director and CAO can really express that and relay that back to the team, that they understand how much we're indebted to them and grateful for their services.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rayner, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Beaten and bruised is what Councillor Riley used the term, which is what I feel I've gone through. None of you people that are sitting on this council have gone through it. When it started, I think I had as much hair as Brian Treble did, but thanks to the way the directions go with the region, I'm looking the way I am right now, because there was a hell of a fight back then, because the region didn't want anything in the hamlets, and people were fighting left, right, and center to say, please include me in the hamlet. And the region said, no, stick it. We're not doing anything in the hamlets. And now look today, what the heck is going on? Called 180-degree turnaround twist. Like, if you stay in politics long enough, you wonder if you're coming or going. Like, it's a complete opposite. I'm okay with what they're doing right now, but we had such a fight, and so many people came, so many people wanted to be included, so many people were kicked out. The region was absolutely inflexible, and now the region wants this. So, Treble, do you remember those days, Mr. Treble?
I'm going to go to the director. He'll provide some context, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. This is a bit of a 180, and it's not necessarily the regional level where it has changed. It's a bit of a provincial policy change, but I just want to stress it's a one-time only shot to get it right. So that's the other thing that's important to know in all of this is the team that we hired to do this has I think done a bang-up job and an accurate job in terms of its analysis, and even if it is a one-shot deal, I think we've got it pretty darn close to right. So hopefully our estimates and our planning for the next 25 years prove to be fairly accurate, because there might not be a lot of other chances to change the boundaries again. So.
Yeah, and I'll say this too. This is a significant document, and of course in concert with OPA 2063, without assuming that we're its approval, but at this point a lot is in place. So as the director put out, this is not a bland or a generic document, but it actually had, with all of its working components, is a very intricate and detailed, complex document that basically envisions where we're going to go. And I think if we have that patience, and I understand with OPA 63, which is coming down the pipe, yet, like, obviously we wanted to make sure we could do it right without rushing it. And I'll get to the PSA on that a little bit later. But, we will actually have a document that is significantly detailed, and we've had discussions about that as well. So this one, in conjunction with that one, will really clearly define what our municipality does. So any other comments or questions? Without that, then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to, I believe, 15.9. This is for information. It's just the a memorandum for the crossings on the 20th, just for information. So no vote will be taken up at this time. 15.10 is any members of council have remarks that they would like to state for the time. I'm going to recognize Councillor Riley, Councillor Gannan, and Councillor Jonker. Go ahead, Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure there might be some redundancies here between us all. I've seen us all at many events in the last little while. So I just want to start off, and I'll try to be brief because, the meeting's already gone on for about almost 3 hours now. I want to give a shout out to staff for the excellent Canada Day service. I think we might have mentioned briefly at one of the committee meetings, but again, really echoing, how well received it was. Everyone was, in awe over the fireworks display, and it was just, as you mentioned earlier in the night, Mr. Mayor, it's just nice to see us kind of get back to that normality, as we strive back to normalcy, or normalcy, sorry, misspeaking here, my lips drying out. But again, it was really nice to kind of see the unity come together. There was also music in the park, which, just kickstarted literally, I think it was just, I'm looking at the date here, I think on Friday, right? So just a few days there, and that was really well received, and a lot of good feedback from the community regarding that. And again, more normal coming back to our lives, which we all desperately need. And the other things I was going to mention, you already covered the torch relay. So we also have AMO coming up in August there. And so I won't go too much into that. I'm sure we'll report to that in September, but that's also what's going on in the August month there for those who are watching, curious. And then also I just thought I'd report back on, I had my, at the end of June there, my first Negative Transit Commission meeting there. And so that's going off on the right foot there, and we're getting things going. So hopefully I'll be able to report back in the not too distant future regarding, the progress that makes. And and other than that, I think that's pretty much it. So again, thank you everybody for have a great summer. Thank you for all the excellent work. If our Madam CEO can express again about the Canada's Day to staff, I think Bob is probably the one that, carried a lot of that. So thank you for Bob and all of his staff as well. It was really well received. I still hear people talking about it. So, that's how good it was, when people are still talking about it weeks later, that he must have did something right. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And then I had Councillor Gannan.
Okay, so thank you. So I will not talk about the things that have happened in the past, since you both have covered that very well. And instead, I'll move forward to reminding people that there is a Chamber of Commerce community barbecue between the hours of 10 and 3 this coming Saturday, July 23rd. Prior to that, however, is a second Music in the Park. So that will take place on the Friday night before the barbecue. And then in the evening of the same barbecue, on the evening of the 23rd, is a movie in the park. So lots of things going on where the community can gather and have some fun together. And I'll let Councillor Jonker talk about one of the things that will most appeal to some of the kids. Even though we have face painting and the balloon fellow from the market and other things going on, there's something special about this event. So I'll hand it to Councillor Jonker and let him talk about that.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Gannan. Councillor Jonker.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to steal all my thunder about the upcoming event, but yeah, we're looking forward to hosting the barbecue and the Touch-A-Truck at the West Lincoln Community Center. And we were there today looking over the facility, and I think we're going to have lots of room, but yet we're going to have lots of stuff there. At this time, I'd like to thank the trucking companies that have donated their trucks to be there. just asking the public to try to make sure the shoe somewhat clean when you're coming to take a look at a vehicle, but at the same time, we're seeing and hoping for a lot of traffic and a lot of excited kids, as well as excited vendors and the trucks, the guys driving the trucks, the fire department. Thanks to them being forward to bring a truck there. Chief Fisher for allowing that, as well as the Public Works team for bringing. We're not 100% sure, but we're expecting something a little different than a truck, but we're going to keep that as a surprise. So definitely community come out and enjoy some community time and some equipment.
Neat. Thank you, Councillor Jonker. Any other councillors in the gallery? No, I don't see anybody waving. So I'm going to thank you for that. And we're going to move on to any new items of business. I don't see anybody or hear anybody, so we're going to move on to bylaws. Councillor Rayner, you have bylaws.
Yes, thank you. Through you to the clerk, 17.4 and 17.5 are identical. I know that's the one we have to change, but they're both identical. Is there a need for two identical ones?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Rayner. I think I'll refer that to the Director of Planning. I'm not, sorry, I'm just trying to find the bylaw numbers and understanding that, but I believe
they read the
it
same,
is two
word for
separate
word.
files, and that's hence why there's two bylaws.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, 2022-66 is the bylaw for Heaslip, and 2022-67 is the housekeeping one we need to hold.
That's the one we need to work on.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, do you want me to read them all except for 17.5, and then we go back to that after we vote on the other, just like we would do on?
That's correct. Go ahead, Councillor Rayner.
All right. So it's 67 I have to be concerned about. Okay, moved by myself that leave be granted to introduce bylaws 2022-63, 2022-64, 2022-65, 2022-66, 2022-68, 2022-69, and 2022-70, and that the same shall be considered to have been read a first, second, and third time with one reading and are hereby adopted, and that the mayor and clerk being hereby authorized to sign and affix the corporate seal thereto. Any rule of this council to the contrary is notwithstanding.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Riley, I see seconding. So on the bylaws, with the exclusion of
22-67.
That one's excluded, which is number 17.5. All the rest, all those in favor?
So hold on, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I just want to make sure. Sorry, my internet's starting to get a little bit choppy here, so I apologize. That's the item we were talking about earlier that we were going to pull, right?
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah. So on the bulk of them, all those in favor? Great, and that's carried. And then Councillor Rayner, I would like you to just read it one more time with the 67 in there.
Yes, but Mr. Mayor, isn't the clerk going to put something on there with regards to an amendment?
Well, you can put it on the floor, that leave be granted, yada, yada, yada. Then
okay,
the bylaw
and then
number.
you can open it up.
Yeah.
Okay, that leave be granted to introduce bylaw 2022-67, and that the same shall be considered to have been read a first, second, and third time with one reading, and are hereby adopted, and that the mayor and clerk being hereby authorized to sign and affix the corporate seal thereto. Any rule of this council to the contrary notwithstanding.
And can I get a seconder for that? I have Councillor Riley, and Councillor Riley, you probably want to speak next. Go ahead, sir.
So I was just going to put forward the suggestions that our director made. So I'm not too sure if Joanne already has that kind of prepared or not. So maybe
The director is nodding. Joanne, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council, I do have an amendment to that, for that bylaw. That
Go ahead.
bylaw 2022-67 be amended by adding the words site plan after the word necessary and removing the S from approvals as provided in the regulations to subsection 13.2, table 29, site-specific provisions A-111.
Okay, can I get a seconder for that amendment?
Well, I have to move it again, don't I?
No, the amendment's on the floor. Councillor Ganand is seconding the amendment. So on the amendment, everybody's clear of what we're doing. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? And the amendment carries. So we're going to go back to the main motion unless there's any comments or questions. I'm going to call the question on the main motion. All those in favor of the approval of 2022-67 as amended. And
as amended. Okay,
as amended. Yeah, and that's carried. Thank you, and thank you, Madam Clerk. Hopefully that was clear as mud. Moving on, we have confidential matters. Councillor Ganand, you have a resolution to go into closed.
I do. Thank you. Moved by myself that the next portion of this meeting be closed to the public to consider the following pursuant to sections 239 subsection 2 of the Municipal Act 2001. 18.1, Director of Planning and Building Brian Treble, Legal Solicitor Client Privilege Peter Budd, Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT, update, a verbal update, the applicable closed session exemptions, litigation of potential, I think it should say, or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, the security of the property of the municipality of local board, or advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. 18.2, Director of Planning and Building Brian Treble, legal enforcement matter, property matter, testamentary device in the former Township of Gainsborough, now Township of West Lincoln. Again, it's a verbal update, applicable closed session exemptions, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, the security of the property of the municipality or local board, or advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. 18.3 is Treasurer/Director of Finance Donna DeFilippis. Personal matter confidential report T-20-2022 section 357 applications, applicable closed session exemptions, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And 18.4, CAO Bev Henry, legal/solicitor client privilege, property matter/personal matter, West Lincoln Community Center. The applicable closed session exemptions, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And can I get a seconder for going into closed for those reasons? And I see Councillor Bradrick. Thank you. There's no discussion. So all those in favor of going into closed? And that is carried. So thank you to the public for your attendance thus far. We will go into close. We'll secure the room, and we'll resume and open to adjourn later on when our discussion's there. So we'll secure the room, and then we'll hand the floor over to the clerk to do the council confirm understanding. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Jonker, you have the resolution to come into open.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Moved by myself that this council and all committee meeting does now resume in the open session at the hour of 10:47 p.m.
Okay, can I get a seconder for that? And Councillor Gann, and all those in favor? And that carries. So then we have items 18.1 and 18.2, we rose without reporting. And items 18.3, we have an open session directive. Madam Clerk, could you read that?
Yes, I can, Mr. Mayor. That confidential report, recommendation report T20 2022 regarding section 357, 358, 359 applications dated July 18, 2022 be received, and that the list of applications as contained in Appendix A to report T-20-2022 be approved.
Okay, thank you for reading that. Councillor Riley, I had you down as moving that. You would move
That's
that.
fine.
Can I get a seconder,
Yes.
please?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Jonker. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, then we will, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. And then we have a resolution for 18.5. Madam Clerk, could you read that?
Yes, I can. That the CAO be and is hereby authorized to proceed as directed in closed session with a legal solicitor client and property matter relating to the West Lincoln Community Center.
Okay, and then I'm going to ask for a mover of that. Councillor Bradrick, and a seconder, please. Councillor Riley, thank you. Any comments or questions? Then I see none, so I will ask for the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. At this time, I would like to wish you all a good evening and declare this meeting adjourned at the hour of...
Just a reminder about
oh, right. Yes. A couple of PSAs. Thank you. Yeah, that was a long time ago that I got that little note.
Yeah.
So just first and foremost, we have a meeting scheduled for August the 11th to do some important work. Since it was called, I guess additionally, it's very important that those who committed to that meeting show up, because then we will have quorum, and if not, we won't have quorum. So very important that we have that meeting. There are some absences that are already noted, so just wanted to say that. And I think that was it. So, and that's at meetings at 6:30. So with that announcement, I would like to declare this meeting adjourned at the hour of 10:52.